9BF Rochester, the sports leader. 95.7 FM and AM 950. The Fan, Rochester.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia.
Bills, Bengals in prime time.
Oh, boy.
Sunday Night Live.
Sunday Night Football.
You know, here's a guy.
One big thing to look out for is that the Bengals have a knack of starting really fast when they succeed.
Mike Danger.
This Bengals team, has been a problem for the Buffalo Bills. I like the Bengals on Sunday. 27-24.
Oh!
Gene Battaglia.
Should the Buffalo Bills be playing complimentary football?
You only say that when you're the underdog. Let's be clear on that. You only say that when you're facing a tough offense.
Yeah, of course.
It's Football Friday.
Intercepted, and that is Quan Alexander, and this game is over.
How are they 5-3?
They have mastered the art of winning ugly.
Dude, how about Wemby?
38 with 10 rebounds.
I am assistant.
The Rangers are the World Series champions.
College football.
Michigan in all this, they're the good guys.
Go Sabres.
The great thing is to play back-to-back.
The Amerks host Utica. 95.7 FM and AM 950. The Fan, Rochester.
I don't know, Gino. Are you ready? We you know what we have tonight? We have playoff action tonight.
Yeah. You talking Section 5?
No.
What? Okay, playoff action. Not Section 5. What are we talking about?
We've got a tournament, an NBA in-season tournament that kicks off tonight.
That's tonight? I thought that was later.
It starts tonight. You know why you didn't know? Because it's a zero. It's a nothing. It's a promotion. It's something that will maybe spark a little bit of interest in games that normally fans don't really pay attention to in the NBA. I didn't even know how this thing worked out. Like when I heard, okay, in-season tournament, I get it. Little fun, little thing that the NBA is doing. And every, I guess each player on the winning team wins $500,000. So there's the incentive to play. Do you know anything about how these 30 teams are split up and scheduled? Can I lay it out for everybody?
I'm supposed to be the sports guy that knows everything and tell you everything. I'm happily oblivious to this.
I know.
Go ahead.
That's why I want to kind of I'm doing this as a public service announcement. Okay. If you want the added excitement of the NBA's in-season tournament here. 30 teams randomly drawn into groups of 5 within their conference based on win-loss records from last season. Each team plays 4 designated group play games on tournament nights. Tonight is a tournament night.
Okay.
The 8 teams with the best record in group play games then advance to the knockout rounds along with 2 wild card teams.
Okay, that's what I was paying attention to first week in December. Okay.
That's the first week in December. Knockout rounds will be single elimination games in the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the championship. That's it.
And what does the champion get? Like a golden ticket to the playoffs?
Each player gets $500,000. I think that's it. And I'm sure there's a nice trophy. That's what they're talking about in the promo. It's a trophy. Yeah, look at this trophy for the play-in tournament. Not the play-in tournament, the in-season tournament.
So I'm supposed to tune in tonight to Grizzlies Trailblazers. Because this is some made-up tournament. What do we do? What are we talking about?
What, you're not excited for tournament action? I'm more excited for Section 5 tournament action, to be honest. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and speaking of Section 5, I saw that you saw the news that just crossed our feed.
The Grey Wolves. The Grey Wolves of Canandaigua. Okay. I think we can say there's certain words that you can't say in pro sports, but Canandaigua was known as the Braves before.
Right.
We had the Atlanta Braves. Yeah. And this is not their decision. This was New York State. Yep. And there were some districts, Canisteo, Greenwood, for instance, and they're way down there on the southern tier, using still the R word. That, okay, maybe that's it, but rather than split hairs and have debates, just no more imagery.
Which R word? Because there's several R words.
Well, the one that's... Yeah. No, it's accurate.
So it's the Grey Wolves.
Grey Wolves.
But the majority of the color in the Grey Wolves logo is still not red, cherry.
Cherry, that's good. You know. See, we know our local schools here in the sports bar, Canandaigua, we got you. The cherry and gray, that was the
Cherry Wolves.
The gray wolf.
Oh.
Gray is the other color.
Yes.
But you can make the wolf with the cherry eyes look all mean and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't do that with the logo. Like the wolf is red. Cherry. I'm sorry. The wolf is cherry. You could have done it where the eyes. I guess the logo, the eyes could have been a little bit more of a cherry, and even if it was just that, maybe that would have been enough cherry in the logo. But the wolf to me doesn't look like a gray wolf. It looks like a cherry wolf. This
is where I would just point out that Canandaigua is actually a Native American word. Yeah, it's like the chosen spot.
I venture to guess that most of the residents of Canandaigua and the parents and the boosters and everybody's kind of like, yeah, okay. Thanks, New York State. Yeah, this is what we're worried about.
Well, I'm not going to mention the other school district. It wasn't Canandaigua, but you and I did a game where we're like, oh, you're choosing a name. You chose a new name. You're not talking about that tonight. Oh, okay. Don't bring this up. That will upset people. Okay, no problem.
No problem. We're here to serve.
We are here to talk about your team.
We're happy you're with us here in the Sports Bar. Thanks for listening along at 95.7 FM, AM 950. Our video stream is up at the Fan Rochester. You can watch us on YouTube and on Twitch.
We're wearing the same damn thing today.
We are. We got the memo. We're wearing the same black, almost exactly identical black hoodies. We've got, you can get us in the Odyssey app as well, of course, when we sound our best on your smart device when you ask it to play. 95.7 The Fan. Great show lined up for you. Here's what's on tap in the Sports Bar and on tap at Three Heads Brewing. Cranberry grape sour ale, tart cranberries, New York State grapes coming together to make a delicious treat. Get yours at Three Heads Brewing on Atlantic Avenue today. We will talk plenty of Bills and Bengals, and we'll learn a little bit more about one of the new Buffalo Bills from this week, acquired at the trade deadline. Rasul Douglas, inbound from Green Bay, and from Milwaukee, we'll be joined by Bart Winkler, who you hear on CBS Sports Radio.
We had this relationship with Bart going back to his days when he was just a morning guy in Milwaukee. Now he's doing the national thing at CBS, so it's great to have Bart on with us today. He was on last night, by the way, when we were driving home, and had his baseball take. I'm sure we'll give him room to lay that out.
Can't wait.
But here's how things I want to kind of get out. Okay, yes, Douglas, tell me. Should we be excited about this player, or is it just a guy here? We'll get Bart's opinion on that. Jordan Love. Time up here in Green Bay? What should the Packers kind of do? And then I want to give Bart some room here because you and I had the same take. And Aaron Rodgers is kind of warming up on the sideline in front of the cameras. That soft New York media just eating it all up. Everybody says the New York media, oh, they're really tough New York. Yeah. No, they're not.
They've gotten soft.
They have gotten soft. They're glorified cheerleaders, and Aaron Rodgers is playing them to a tune. And will we actually see Aaron Rodgers now that the Jets are kind of faltering? Probably not, but we'll talk to Bart Winkler about those things, everything NFL related. And yes, he has a doozy of a baseball take that quite honestly pissed me off, but we'll let Bart explain.
Good. A take that splits the audience or makes you mad? It's a good take.
It's not a good take because it's fantasy land. It's like saying, hey, I wish I could have ice cream every day. You can't because his take on baseball is not practical. That's why...
Was it the take I shared yesterday?
Yeah, the take that Labor Day should be the end of the baseball season.
Yes.
And it's not practical.
Well, I know, but...
So, therefore, why are we entertaining
Is it short-term loss for long-term gain? And hear me out. Could you make up some of those games by shortening spring training and playing more games early in the season? I know that doesn't work well in some of the climates when you're talking about games in Chicago and games.
You can't for pitchers. The only reason why it really takes pitchers that much time to ramp up, if you worked, no, I don't think that would work either. You would have to cut the season down drastically. And the local TV revenue, the local gate is still where it's at.
I love the idea. And I think with the opportunities that you have with so many young and exciting players in the game right now, why not remain the only game in town through the summer and have your most important games happen when preseason football is happening and we're paying attention to football? But really, if it came down to World Series Game 5 or a preseason football game, you're probably still watching the World Series.
Here's why, and I'm actually going to quote Bart himself because he laid it out perfectly last night. I'm going to use his own argument against him, and you for that matter. Okay, you're a Yankee fan. We have plenty of Yankee fans, right? And what do you watch every night? The Yankees. You care about your team. You're watching the Yankees on Monday. You're watching them on Tuesday. Wednesday, maybe a travel day. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday afternoon. Are you watching the Sunday night game? No. The point is you're watching your team and your team alone. And when we get to the postseason, if your team's not in it, you don't care. It's not a national sport. You care about only your team because it's on every night.
So many people that just don't love baseball. So you're saying Yankee fans don't love baseball because they won't watch baseball unless the Yankees are playing?
They're more Yankee fans than baseball fans.
They're more Yankee fans than baseball fans.
I think we have to be honest with ourselves. Look at the numbers. They were terrible for the World Series, but it's not surprising. These are two teams you don't care about. And when it comes to the
I want Bart on right now. Can we get Bart on right now? Let's just have this. Let's keep having this. I don't want to stop this conversation. There are more. I'm just wrapping my mind around there are more Yankee fans than baseball fans.
Did Yankee fans are like, well, my team's not in it, but let me sit down and watch my former Yankee, Nathan Eovaldi, go up against Zach Gallen? I doubt it.
Then they don't love baseball. So you're saying Yankee fans don't love baseball?
I think they don't care.
Or they just love Yankee baseball.
They love Yankee baseball or Met baseball or whatever it is.
I don't know, man. Maybe I don't love my team as passionately as Yankee fan loves the Yankees, but I enjoyed the postseason. I dug the hell out of it.
You finally made some money after a bad season.
I did, but it was fun. It was fun to see a couple of teams that traditionally aren't in there. It was fun to see a team that all season long was exciting and provided a lot of firepower and explosion. They were offensive.
Arizona didn't belong. They were 4 games above 500. So why am I investing any time in anything as a baseball watcher?
Because you love baseball. It is the fabric of our country.
No.
It's been the one constant for generations.
Here's baseball.
I can't wait. Let's get Bart in here now.
Yeah.
All right. So Bart will join us at 4:25. Later this hour, we'll shift gears and talk some NHL.
John Matisse from The Score. He's their national writer, and we'll talk some Sabres hockey. Is this real or not? You've got a 24-year-old goaltender that's playing really well. Were we all wrong about Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen in danger? Because if he continues to play like this is the thing we weren't expecting this year, that maybe it's UPL kind of driving. And again, it's a small sample size, but I would just say, when did he really get the extended look in Buffalo? When was his development in Rochester? He got hurt the one year. Never played a playoff game in Rochester.
He did a whole season, though. He made it through an entire season in Rochester, right? I remember when his back was against the wall, they said, we want to see UPL play a whole season. And he did. He lived up to that. I think it doesn't have to be either or. I think there's nothing wrong in today's NHL with not having a guy between the pipes. If you have 2 guys that are capable and confident and competent and can get hot, then you're doing better than most. And I think you see it time and time again with teams, especially as they get into the postseason. They'll ride that hot hand and know that if it doesn't work, they'll shift gears and the other guy will be fresh and ready to go. I kind of like that there's a potential. It's not even a goaltender controversy.
Okay, so I'm going to throw this idea. I know you're going to say absolutely not, but just entertain my idea, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Comrie comes back. Why are you keeping 3 goalies? Send Devin Levi and let him get work here. Just for a month. Just, Devin, we want you to stay sharp.
Well, I'm sure that would be wonderful for everybody here, but I'm fairly certain that contractually you can't do that with Levi's contract, can you?
Sure, why not?
Absolutely. Is it a 2-way contract?
Absolutely, he can come down.
Is it a 2-way contract?
I'm pretty sure he could come down. All right. We'll have to ask.
I don't know that they would do that. I also think that when you're a goalie like a Levi, and you know how hard it was for even UPL to come back down for a stretch. Once you get a taste, you want to stay up there. You want to continue to prove that you belong. And so what do you do to that player's mental game if you say, go get some reps down in the AHL, kid? I think it's great that you have 2. And if you have 3, if you have Comrie, that's fine too. You've got a chip. You've got something that maybe you can hold on to, or you've got something that you can move down. If anything, I would say Comrie would be the one that you could say, hey, bud, go down to the AHL and give us some reps. I think you keep the young guys up at the parent club. But we'll talk to John Matisse and get his take on what's been going on with the Sabres, who tonight host the Flyers. Goatheads tonight, I believe. Goatheads tonight.
Yes, so 12-1-1. It's a win.
I'm going to take Philadelphia.
Why?
Despite the Goatheads. Because Philadelphia dominated Buffalo the other night.
And I would think that
they're not going to get 5 goals on 15 shots tonight.
I would think Buffalo will play much better. I kind of look at it through the other lens. Like the Sabres are not going to play that poorly like they did the other night. They got away with it. They'll be better tonight.
Yeah. I got a little skin in the game there. I just saw the value there with the Flyers. I'm like, I don't want to root against the Sabres, and I won't root against the Sabres, but my wallet is saying take the Flyers on the money line.
Mike, plus money danger. That's
me.
We're going to call you plus money.
System and value, just like the greatest head coach of all time there, Bill Belichick, system and value. You can join us on the Good Smoke Barbecue and Pub Wingman line. 866-4FAN is our phone number. 866-4326. Award-winning barbecue from Good Smoke Barbecue and Pub. New location, 135 West Commercial Street, East Rochester. GoodSmokeBBQ.com.
So you are picking the Bengals. For what it's worth, I will pick the Bengals as well. I don't know if the Bills have a pass rush that's going to get to Joe Burrow in this game. So therefore, the Bills matching point for point. I see Sean McDermott maybe leaning a little too much into the complimentary football nonsense. I'm going to go with the Bengals winning this game 30-23.
I had to chuckle last night. The Steelers and the Titans played on Prime. And at one point of the broadcast, I heard Kirk Herbstreit was talking about the Steelers. And you know how Steelers games go, right? You know it's not going to be a lot of points. The offense is going to struggle.
Do you realize they are on a record pace? They have been outgained every game so far this year.
Yep. And what are they, 5-3?
5-3.
They're farting around, and they're going to continue to fart around through the rest of the season. They're probably going to make the postseason. With that offense, right? With that terrible offense. And Herbstreit's talking about how the offense has struggled. And boy, but don't you get the sense the way this defense is playing, it's exactly what Mike Tomlin wants, knowing that his defense needs to step up and they need to play complimentary football.
That goes exactly what I say all the time. When you hear that phrase, that applies to Pittsburgh. When you have a quarterback that's not executing, you've got to go to plan B.
And right away, I thought, well, you know what? When McDermott does bring it up, first of all, I don't know if you knew this or not, but Sean McDermott and Mike Tomlin, they both went to William and Mary. Probably have very similar styles and values when it comes to how they want to coach their teams, and they certainly have the same beliefs of complimentary football. The difference here is that one has Josh freaking Allen and the other has a broken Kenny Pickett who hasn't been good. So yeah, I heard that and I kind of cracked a smile. I'm like, of course the Steelers want to play complimentary football, and it got them a win, by the way. Like, good for them. They get the win. Will Levis was impressive, and a losing effort is still good.
Yeah, there's something there, and it would make me say, well, why didn't you start him sooner? Why weren't you getting him more reps? What is it? Because you see he's got the arm. He's not afraid to take shots downfield. And Mike Vrabel got a little cowardly at the end of the first half. I had to kind of chuckle, like, okay, well, you know what? We're not going to let him run another play here. Let's just get the field goal. Okay, sure, that won't come back to bite you.
You know what Will Levis looks like to me? You play Madden. You would play Madden with your son back in the day, right? Yeah. Madden lets you create your own player.
Yeah.
Like, Will Levis looks like the player I would create if I was creating a quarterback for my franchise, right? Like, let me get the biggest arms that the game will allow me to get on my quarterback so he can throw this ball over those mountains over there. I want him to be just jacked. I don't care how much it slows him down. Levis is jacked. That dude is built. And I also thought it was funny yesterday when we were talking to Andy Behrens from Yahoo Fantasy Sports, when talking about Will Levis and talking about his game. He's like, God, I feel like I was just describing a young Josh Allen. Yeah, kind of like you're watching a young Josh Allen. The arm strength is ridiculous. And I think it's just a matter of time before Will Levis has a game where you're, with eye-popping numbers and throws that you're like, whoa, did he really just do that? And last week's game when they win against Atlanta, he's got the deep shots to DeAndre Hopkins. Everything else was kind of at the line of scrimmage. When they decide to open it up and unleash Will Levis, when they realize that when he has the ability to start making all those throws, I could see a lot of comparisons, actual comparisons to Josh Allen with his game.
Yeah, in a league right now that needs better quarterbacking play, and around a lot of places, I'm happy that the Titans, for them and their fans, they have somebody that you're not going to tune into.
Yeah, 27-24 was my prediction. Bengals over Bills. Although Dan DeLorean, as he does before he leaves, he just drops a little truth bomb on me here. He's like, "Hey, did you see this?" And I'm like, "See what?" He's like, "Look at how the Bengals have done on Sunday night football games." I'm like, "What are you telling me?" The Bengals, while they've won NBC playoff games, their regular season record for NBC's Sunday night football broadcasts, 0-9.
What number?
0-9, Gene.
9 times.
Feels like an omen.
Oh.
Feels like an omen. Bengals are playing a regular season Sunday night game for the first time since October 9th.
9 times.
2022. They lost that game to the Ravens. So I when I saw that, I'm like, oh, well, look at that. The Bengals struggled on NBC's Sunday Night Football.
I don't know. And they were on their way to a win on January 2nd, were they not, against the Bills that night? So
that was a Monday night game,
yeah,
Gino.
Okay, that was a Monday night. And I think the AFC Championship game in Cincinnati was... Actually, that was not a night game. Well, look.
3 of the Bengals' 9 regular season Sunday night games
9 times
have been at the old Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium.
Yeah.
They've played the Steelers a lot on Sunday Night Football. The Bills, for what it's worth, haven't lost on Sunday night since 2007. Now, you have to keep in mind there was a pretty good stretch there from 2007 to 2019 where they didn't have any Sunday night games. Nobody wanted to watch the Bills in prime time. All 7 of those wins have come since Josh Allen has taken over as the Bills starting quarterback. So they haven't lost on a Sunday night since 2007. I don't know, just a couple of interesting stats there. Even though both of us have the Bengals winning, I see these stats, I'm like, is there something here? Maybe there is. And neither of us have the Bills getting blown out. Could certainly see that happening, but I could also see the Bills winning in electric fashion the way they did against Miami. If that team against Miami shows up, the Bengals don't stand a chance.
It's the energy level for the Bills. Are they going to come out and just have that little extra something? They had it against Miami. You know when you see it. Yeah, exactly.
Let's get to John Matias, the score, senior writer for the NHL. He'll be joining us next. We'll talk some Sabres. We'll talk some NHL hockey here in the Sports Bar. Danger and Battaglia, glad you're with us on 95.7 FM and AM 950, The Fan, Rochester.
Odyssey has sports for every fan. Keep up with your
Good to go, including one of the newcomers, Rasul Douglas, who may be in the lineup.
I came here to play and make plays for this organization, so that's really my focus, is doing whatever the team need me to do, whether it's this week, next week, whatever week it may be, and just play my heart out.
Our pregame coverage Sunday will begin at 4 o'clock, 8:20 for the coverage Sunday night here on the Fan Rochester. Tonight, got Amherst Hockey, Utica coming back to town. Don Stevens will have your call beginning at 7 o'clock. The Buffalo Sabres looking to take the home and home and get above 500 for the first time this season. Philadelphia is the opponent. That game tonight you can catch on 96.5 WCMF. Gene Battaglia, the sports leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950, the Fan Rochester.
They've raised the bar on Rochester Sports Talk. You're in the Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia on the Sports Leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950 The Fan, Rochester.
You have to find ways to win. But the great thing is to play back-to-back, and we know we need to play better tonight, and we know we can play better. I thought a lot of guys didn't look like themselves the other night, and I think they'll be better. And then you get to make some adjustments, and I think we based on the other day, we can make a couple of adjustments that should help us. You got to be ready to go, and tonight's no different in that regard.
Sabres hosting the Flyers tonight. There's head coach Don Granato. Looking forward to tonight. Looking forward to our next conversation with John Mattis, The Score, NHL senior writer, joining us in the Sports Bar. John, you're paying attention to the NHL. You're watching a lot of hockey. Give us your quick impression of the Buffalo Sabres season up to this point.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, guys. And I would say it's par for the course in the sense that, last year was kind of a mulligan year, right? Like, the vibes were so good around this team. You had the relatively new coach, relatively new GM, really putting their stamp on things, and expectations were low. They exceeded them. Nothing but positive stories in the big picture. And then comes this season, expectations have risen, and Don Granato's got to tighten the screws on defense, and that has some growing pains. And they're 500 right now, which I think is kind of fair, because I think this is the type of team that's still trying to figure out what's going on with their forward group as far as, who lines up with who's effective with who. And last year that kind of wasn't really on the radar. They didn't have the depth. They didn't have the versatility in their lineup. That's coming. And you see that with, say, Tuck on one line, Skinner on one line, Thompson on one line. So it's sort of one of those things where, good performance here, bad performance there, but kind of par for the course. And I still, preseason, I thought this team will make the playoffs. I still believe that.
Yeah, that's kind of the expectation. We haven't had this expectation, a decade? Longer than that, actually, John. It's kind of crazy, but after going through all that you see the young talent here. You're Kevin Adams. Are you letting these guys just kind of do it on their own, or are you looking, for a hand from the outside? Because, there continues to be these rumors about there's a certain free agent who, I don't know if you knew, he's from Buffalo. I mean, should the Sabres look toward Patrick Kane, or are you not wanting to upset the chemistry at all here?
No, I think that would be fine, because when I look at their forward group, Jack Quinn going out before the season, getting injured in the off season, and I believe he's not coming back till late December. That was a bigger blow than you would think, given that they do have some firepower up front, because Benson slides in and he looks pretty good, but then he gets hurt, and then now they're scrambling a little bit. I just think their wings are a little depleted, and I think that they could use a Patrick Kane. Mind you, it's got to be the right fit in terms of what he looks like, if they can get eyes on him, aside from what his agency's putting out in a hype video. And if they can kind of figure out, okay, is it the Kane of last year? How does he look after surgery? Or is it the Kane of, old, or at least 90% of the Kane of old, because it's kind of too much to ask for the Kane of old. I think there's a fit there. And you know what? Like, Kevin Adams left a lot on the table in the offseason, in a sense, where they've got, $7.5 million in cap space right now. He could have went nuts. He's been pretty patient here. just added pieces along the way. You know, Connor Clifton on defense, Jordan Greenway at last year's deadline. You know, Eric Johnson. I think they've been pretty strategic, but it's also setting himself up. He's setting himself up to finally make a splash at the deadline, or in the case of Kane, bringing a guy in mid-season off of free agency. Mind you, Kane will have other suitors, and he kind of has the leverage, for lack of a better word here, as far as if there's multiple teams looking at him, he can pick whichever one he wants. So we'll see. I wouldn't say that Kane is like the only guy that they should pursue. I think that this is the year to actually start spending draft capital and prospects, versus previous years it was like, okay, it's maybe too soon because you're just going to stunt the rebuild. But now I think it's actually time. Not to go crazy, but, you know, if they're in a good spot near the deadline, absolutely they should be buyers.
John Mattis is the NHL senior writer at The Score, joining us in the Sports Bar. Danger and Battaglia, talking some Sabres hockey, talking some NHL hockey. And John, one of the things that Gene and I were discussing before you came on is the Sabres goaltending situation. They're carrying three: Eric Comrie, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, Devin Levi. Levi was great at the end of last season, a little shaky to start this season. UPL has been fantastic. Comrie is hurt. Play this out for us, because I tend to believe that in today's NHL, you don't necessarily need to have one guy be the guy between the pipes, and that we've seen time and time again, especially when we get in the postseason. If a goalie gets hot, you can ride that wave, and maybe the Sabres have two in Levi and UPL. What's your thought on their goaltending situation?
Well, this kind of relates back to what I was saying about Adams taking his foot off the pedal in the offseason, where, you know, everyone and their uncle were saying, look at this goaltending situation. Sure, Levi's got this great potential, but there's no veteran support there. And Comrie is a bit of a tweener goalie in terms of, you know, never really solidifying a spot as a true backup over the years, you know, being through waivers a bunch of times. And then UPL, a lot of false starts there. And it's almost like there's been more hype than substance from him. So, you know, coming in the season, you go, if the Sabres are going to make the playoffs, there sure is a lot riding on these young goalies. And I still think that is the case. But I think that we got to give Levi some time here, as far as last season going so well, and then this season starting more on the poor side of things, especially considering he's run into an injury issue here. So, obviously, props to UPL for stepping in and providing a Band-Aid solution, but I think this is Levi's net, and if UPL can be a 1B that's reliable, that'll help. And honestly, like, team defense was an issue last year. It wasn't on the goalies entirely, and I think, you know, Granato has moved from, okay, we're this free-flowing, you know, rush team, to, sure, we want to rush the puck still, sure, we want to be more offensive than defensive, but we got to close that gap a little bit. And I think we're seeing that a little bit. You can see it in their underlying numbers. You can see it in the micro stats, you know, rush chances for or against, you know, cycle chances for or against. Like, they're becoming closer to not a defensive team, but a team that's closer to maybe 60 offense, 40 defense, whereas last year was, you know, whatever, 80-20. The care for the defensive zone was virtually non-existent in some games.
Yeah, we have this conversation a lot here. John Mattis from The Score is our guest. If the Sabres are going to get to the postseason, well, it means somebody would have to come out from last year. Look, not Toronto, maybe Tampa. Who would be that team that you could target and say, okay, this is a team in decline in the East, John?
Well, I mean, it was Boston coming in the season, but they've shown us all on the outside that we have no idea what we're talking about. So, you know, unless they go through some sort of crazy tailspin here, they're already on a great path for a playoff spot. Detroit's look good. I'm not totally convinced on them as far as, you know, penciling them into a playoff spot at this point, but they put themselves in a good position. Toronto's going to make it. One of Florida and Tampa should make it. So it's as expected in a lot of ways. It's going to be difficult, but maybe a team or two in the other division in the Metro could tail off. I mean, I think New Jersey's going to be in. You know, the Islanders, I don't think. Pittsburgh, we'll see. I think we got to give them a little more runway with their new additions. Washington, they're out. New York Rangers, probably in. You start going down the list, and it's one of those things where it's going to be a dogfight for the Sabres. It's going to be tight, but I think that when I look at it from preseason to whatever we are 10 games in now, I don't think my opinion's changed drastically. I think that the Sabres are still of the upper hand as far as those teams kind of battling for wild card spots.
I want to look around the rest of the NHL as well, and we talk about who might have to fall in the East for the Sabres to get in. But there's a team out West that now I'm just fascinated. Now morbid curiosity is getting the best of me, John. Are the San Jose Sharks ever going to win a game?
Oh, God. Yeah, what are they? They're 0-9-1 currently, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's always great when the manager of their social media is kind of crapping on the team themselves. Like, I always find that humorous because, like, in a way, you're like, oh, I feel bad for this guy trying to pump up the worst team in the league. But I mean, they're tanking for Celebrini. Like, this kind of lines up with what they're putting out there. The product that they have on paper. Mind you, you'd think they'd have 1-2 wins by now, and the scores have been so lopsided, and it's not like you can point to, their expected goals and go, this is going to turn around. It's like, no, there's 0 positives so far. And it's really quite fascinating because last year, the Anaheim Ducks were atrocious defensively. By the numbers, the worst defensive team of the analytics era. That goes back to 2007. And I'm sure if we had more data, they would have been the worst, maybe in this century. They were that bad. And then we see San Jose come around this year, and it honestly looks worse. So it's really quite something. And, Mike Greer is, I guess, in a way, doing it the right way. I mean, is anyone showing up to their games? No, they've got terrible attendance numbers right now. But hey, if you want to get elite talent, which the San Jose Sharks need, all they have pretty much right now as far as that is Will Smith, who they just drafted in the 4th overall last draft. If they want more Will Smiths, they gotta go down this road, unfortunately.
John Manis, our guest from The Score. John, you wrote recently about somebody that we certainly know, both as a head coach in Buffalo and as an executive of the Rochester Americans, Ted Nolan. And it kind of brought me back a little bit because, wow, that was a fun era. But, boy, a lot of questions about Nolan's departure and, just kind of where we were in the world at that point. How is Ted today? I mean, is he kind of comfortable with where he is in life?
I think so. Well, the first thing I'd say is that he was diagnosed with blood cancer, a form of blood cancer. I can't remember the exact name off the top of my head. Back, I want to say in March, and he's feeling better now. He's gone through chemo, like he's healthy enough right now, and kind of on the other side of it. So that's good to know. But obviously, that took precedent. He had this book that came out, and he had been asked to write one over the years. There was sort of, the idea, okay, I've had a lot go on in my life, a lot of, layers to my story, a lot of controversy that has been maybe left unsaid in some ways by him. And he was reluctant for a long time, but he decided, I'm going to put pen to paper after the killing of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement, because he thought, hey, I'm seeing how people are talking about the plight of black people in America, and I want to do that for Indigenous people in Canada. And he just got inspired by that and that movement, and that kind of got the ball rolling. And yeah, his book's pretty interesting. I mean, he goes down a lot of different alleyways, a lot of roads as far as his time in Buffalo. And reading it, I still had some questions as far as what happened between him and Hasek, and where things broke down. Famously, obviously, that injury in the playoffs that was clouded with mystery. I would say after reading the book, I don't have a ton of clarity as far as Nolan's perspective on it. It almost seemed like he's still kind of playing the card of, I'm not quite sure what was going on in Dominic's head kind of thing. And maybe, that shows that maybe he wasn't communicating with his goalie well enough, and that's a problem. But no, it's a good book, and he's the type of guy that still wants to continue coaching, health permitting, and is still watching a ton of hockey. So, Yeah, Ted Nolan. That brings back memories of, I'm sure, an interesting time in Sabres land.
We spent a lot of time this week after the tragic event of Adam Johnson dying after he got the skate cut to his neck. I'm curious as to the NHL's reaction, what they've done this week. I know that there's been kind of more of a demand for neck guards. Do you think the NHL steps up and says and makes that mandatory? What I'm sure that there's a lot of in the CBA, and they would have to really renegotiate that. But overall, just the tragedy that happened, and how are the league and how are the players reacting to this news?
Yeah, first of all, terrible incident out in England, and it. On one hand, you go, it's great to see people take action after such a tragic event, but on the other hand, you're like, why didn't we have this before? There's sort of that second part of the story, but it's better than ignoring it, right? So here we are, and you're right with the CBA. This needs to be the NHL head office, Gary Bettman, Bill Daly, and all their people, and the NHLPA, Marty Walsh, and all his people coming together and figuring out common ground, because this is a piece of equipment. As much as it's a great safety measure, and I 100% support them making it mandatory, it's still a negotiation. It's still, I'm sure there's guys in the league that are like, I don't want to be forced to wear this, in the same way that Pride tape became such a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Where there's a handful of people, or Pride jerseys too, handful of people that say, hey, I don't want to do this, and it's making me feel awkward having to do this. And all of a sudden it becomes, a blanket, no, we're not doing this anymore. So that's always the complication with stuff regarding the whole league, and especially from the Players Association. It's difficult because they're representing every single player in the NHL. So I would assume, though, given the amount of players across the league that have shown their support, that are starting to wear neck guards, the fact that other leagues, I know the WHL has stepped up out in Western Canada, the junior league there, and said this is now mandatory. It was very decisive and quick. I think it's going to happen with the NHL. I just think it's more complicated, has more a bureaucracy, for lack of a better term, involved. So I don't know about you guys, but it seems like a no-brainer as far as, hey, this is something that can save lives. Let's not have an incident, such a tragic passing, happen under our watch. But there's lawyers that run the league, and there's a union that they negotiate with. So that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, there's another whole angle to this, and just so you know the background here, because for the show, I looked at the hit. Mike Danger did not, and anybody that did not want to look at the hit, I understand. You don't want to look at it. The player involved here, Matt Petgrave, and I'm going to describe this with the disclaimer. The disclaimer being it's one angle, and you sometimes see another angle like, well, that looks a little different. But from this angle that they show, it's almost like he's raising his leg to prevent Adam Johnson from coming into the zone, the way it kind of looks like. No, your skate shouldn't come off that high off the ice, which now this is causing an investigation. And now we've had other instances like this in the sport. McSorley, for instance, with Brashear. You can point to other things. So I guess the debate here is, John, where is the line when it comes to these sort of things that, should the authorities get involved in a situation like this?
I mean, I guess it's fair. People want justice, right? And there is someone who delivered that, not check, but whatever you want to call it, delivered that cut. I think it's fair to investigate. I think it's totally an innocent until proven guilty, which obviously everything should be, but more so here, where could you imagine someone thinking they want to slice someone open or use their skate as a weapon? I think that's crazy talk. Is it unfathomable? No, but I think 99.9% of the people in the world would never even think of doing that. So I think it's fair, and you bring up Marty McSorley and some of the other Todd Bertuzzi, and there's a lot of incidents over the years in the NHL where you go, this clearly crossed the line and is now in the courts. And I get why this is also in that conversation. So, the video, doesn't look great from certain angles, but I find it so hard to believe that someone would do that on purpose. So I'm kind of pleading, not the fifth, that's the wrong way to put it, but I'm kind of the mind that it just seems too wild that someone would do that. That I'm ready to say this guy's innocent.
John, I am enjoying this so much, our time together, and I could sit here and talk hockey with you all afternoon long, and we're up against it. I wanted to make sure you had time to let our audience know where they can get more of your work. Man, it's been great talking hockey with you here in the Sports Bar.
Well, sure, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it again. Yeah, I guess the easiest way would be to follow me on Twitter. It's Mattis John, Matizz, or Z in the States, and John. Writing about the NHL full-time for The Score, hopping around the league, writing about various different teams, and I'm in Buffalo fairly often because I live just across the border, so some Sabres content in there too.
Well, listen, do you ever come over our way, look us up here, bud. You know, we had...
Come in for an Amherst game.
Exactly.
There you go, yeah. That's not a bad idea, actually.
All right, John, appreciate the time, man. Let's talk again soon.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Enjoy your weekend. John Mattis, he is the NHL senior writer for The Score. Really good hockey stuff there from John. Great NHL insight and good Sabres insight as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is still Levi's net. That's the take. I'm thinking that UPL is, putting his flag and saying this could be mine here, but Levi still has more of the upside.
Feels like it, but I do love what I love about UPL is the thing that Levi can't do anything about, and that's UPL's size.
Yeah,
he's just got that size. Levi's nice, and he might be more skilled when it's all said and done, the better goalie. But the size of UPL is, if he's got that under control, and he's looked good. We'll see. More Sabres hockey tonight. You'll be able to hear Sabres Flyers on CMF tonight. We have Amherst hockey as Utica is at Blue Cross Arena. Puck drop just after 7 o'clock. Don Stevens will be by with the call here on the Fan Rochester. All right, we're going to get to some takes on tap next in the Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia.
All right, so if there's one athlete, and a lot of people would have said, Tom Brady. Like, who is the athlete you want nothing to do with? Well, Tom Brady doesn't qualify anymore, in my opinion, because, he's not playing anymore. But everybody that's playing in sport today, who's the one guy you would want to vote off? I have my opinion on that. And also, my thoughts on DeMar Hamlin and what they should actually do coming up Sunday night. Just actually, we all know this is going to happen. Just do it Sunday night and get it over with.
I'm going to utter words I didn't think I would ever say. Aaron Rodgers was right.
About what?
I'll explain.
Oh, I don't want to hear he was right.
I will give you 2 stat lines as well. Records. One coach versus another coach. Coach A, Coach B. And let you decide which coach has more going for him in his role. We'll get to that as well here in the Sports Bar. I'll Drink to That is on the way next. Some takes on tap. And Bart Winkler from CBS Sports Radio joins us from Milwaukee here in about a half hour or so. Stand by. Stay in the Sports Bar. Danger and Battaglia, 95.7 FM and AM 950, The Fan, Rochester.
Odyssey has AM 950, The Fan, Rochester.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Fan Rochester Sports Update.
Just 2 players will be out for the game against the Bengals, A.J. Klein and Balin Spector. Everyone else for the Buffalo Bills is good to go. Wide receiver Stephon Diggs on the new pickup defensive tackle involved Joseph.
I just know, I know what I'm getting, I was with him in Minnesota. He's had a hell of a career. I can imagine him and Big Phil being in there, putting that pressure on the pocket, especially with two edge rushers. So adds another layer to that defense. I don't play too much defense, but I've seen it work and I respect his game. So it's gonna be a lot of trouble in there.
Pre-game coverage Sunday on The Fan begins at 4 o'clock. Then it's Chris Brown, Eric Wood, Sal Capaccio with a call Sunday night at 8:20. Amherst hockey tonight. They host Utica. Don Stevens will be by at 7 o'clock. Sabres tonight hosting Philadelphia. That game can be heard on 96.5 WCMF. Gene Battaglia in the sports leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950. The Fan, Rochester.
The Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia.
Bills, Bengals in prime time.
Oh, boy.
Sunday Night Live.
Sunday Night Football. Here's a guy.
One big thing to look out for is that the Bengals have a knack of starting really fast when they succeed.
Mike Danger.
This Bengals team has been a problem for the Buffalo Bills. I like the Bengals on Sunday, 27-24.
Oh!
Gene Battaglia.
Should the Buffalo Bills be playing complementary football?
You only say that when you're the underdog. Let's be clear on that. You only say that when you're facing a tough offense.
Yeah, of course.
It's Football Friday.
Intercepted, and that is Quan Alexander, and this game is over.
How are they 5-3?
They have mastered the art of winning ugly.
Dude, how about Wemby?
38 with 10 rebounds.
I am a system.
The Rangers are the World Series champions.
Ministry.
College football. Michigan in all this, they're the good guys.
Go Sabres.
The great thing is to play back-to-back.
The Amherst hosts Utica. 95.7 FM and AM 950. The Fan, Rochester.
Hey, you're back in the sports bar with Danger and Battaglia, and just like James Harden, I am a system, Gino. I'm a system. Welcome in. Appreciate you listening at 95.7 FM, AM 950. And the stream is up at The Fan Rochester. You can watch along at YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget to like and subscribe while you're there as we build our online community there on YouTube and on Twitch. And you can always ask your smart device to play 95.7 The Fan. I'm Danger. He's Battaglia.
Yeah, I was going to wait for that, but I'm just going to jump into the take number 1.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, honestly, if you had to ask the question, who's the one guy you can do without in sports today? And it would have been Tom Brady, right? Who would it be for you, Danger? One guy okay, I'm done with you. Is it Aaron Rodgers?
I don't know. I feel like we really, as a nation, don't appreciate LeBron James enough. And we really should every time he's on the court, when he gives us 42 minutes, when he's out there, when he steps out there, we should appreciate it because someday he's not going to be out there.
What did he say? That was at the SB. You will appreciate me.
Yeah, he's not even asking us anymore. He's going to tell us, you will respect me or you will appreciate me.
You will appreciate me.
So I think we really, that's the player that I'm really concerned about. I don't know that we're just doing right by him. We should really go out of our way to appreciate LeBron James.
I don't think it's going to end like Tom Brady where he won his last championship. We kind of see what's happening with LeBron. Can he just, he's going to run out of gas.
This happened to Jordan. It was the same thing. I mean, I actually do like that they play as long as they do. It is, you want to see them go out on top. That's always ideal. But, look, the other night he played 42 minutes and I'm like, the guy is up there now. You can't say he's well beyond past his prime, right? But he's still out there. He's still balling, and he's still got game. But I can say that 1 minute, not have him tell me that we need to appreciate him or respect his game. Get out of here.
Well, I mean, for me, it's Harden. I've always thought this about Harden, that he's just a ball hog and can't bring a team anywhere.
Hey, everybody! Welcome into the Spearmint Rhino, where we've got our new VIP. It's James Harden of the Clips. James, the system. Harden, have a seat over there at stage 4 and say hi
to Jade. I'm not a system player. I am the system. Oh, okay.
Let's talk about that system.
Yeah. How's that system faring there, James? The one that never got you a championship, much less to the finals? Philadelphia had him on a leash. I like that quote, too. Look, Joel Embiid, I give him credit because, of course, they ran that right back to Embiid, and he took the high road, basically. He's not like...
I don't need to worry about that guy.
Yeah, exactly. It's like kind of what he said like about Simmons. That man, I don't want nothing to do with that man. He's dead to me, whatever. Like, look.
I don't care about that man.
Yeah, James Harden, talk about a lack of self-awareness. Like, forcing his way out of Houston, forcing his way out of Brooklyn, being on a leash in Philadelphia. I don't know. There are some takesmen that are trying to defend Harden. How? And why? And why would the Clippers bring him in the first place?
Here's what we know. Where he goes, drama follows. And I guess that's part of what we like about sports, right?
Oh, that's right. You're in Los Angeles. Okay, and you got Big Brother still sitting there, and you have a good team with the Clippers.
I'm going to give you 2 defensive coordinators. DCA, let's call him, has a record of 32-39-1. 32-39 with 1 Super Bowl appearance.
As a defensive
coordinator. 2 conference championship games and 2 playoff berths with a 5-2 postseason record and in 4+ seasons with his current team. DC2 has a record of 53-42-1 as a defensive coordinator, 1 Super Bowl appearance, 3-3 postseason record, 3 playoff berths in 6 seasons.
So comparable, maybe A is a little better than B is what you're saying.
I can make the argument, Gino, that Lou Anarumo is a better defensive coordinator than Sean McDermott. And that's before we even talk about who McDermott had while he was in Carolina. Elite talent at all 3 levels of that Panthers defense. Look back. You had Starr in the middle of that defensive line in his prime. You had Luke Kuechly and Davis at linebacker. You had a young Josh Norman who could play back then. Lou Anarumo has who?
Trey Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson. Yeah. Right. Okay. Trey Hendrickson. Jermaine Pratt. Man, I am interested on Sunday night to see which defense can get in the way of the other offense on Sunday night.
Okay. First of all, I feel like I have to defend McDermott here. Sean McDermott is kind of the victim of who were Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer before they showed up in Buffalo. And you could say, well, that was actually Doug Whaley. Okay, fair enough.
That's an indictment.
That was Doug Whaley. Honestly, that was Whaley's
the best movie ever made.
Yeah, but they became who they were under McDermott. Same thing with Matt Milano. So McDermott, yes, if you're just kind of saying by the record they're the same, whatever. Also, I would kind of point out, kind of helps that you have a Joe Burrow on the other side that, less, teams have to play differently.
He had Cam Newton. He had Cam Newton in his prime on the other side.
Cam Newton burned brightly.
He had Cam Newton in his prime.
Fizzled out.
Fine, but in his prime, when he was there, Cam Newton was the guy. He was the league MVP. He was the guy. He had that. He had what Anarumo has. He had his Joe Burrow of that time with Cam Newton. I just when I think of the 2 men, I just think how similarly they comp out to each other. And man, I don't know if a team is going to ever make Lou Anarumo a head coach because I don't know that teams are going to be looking at defensive-minded head coaches again ever in the future. But when you see teams like the Raiders flame out with their offensive-minded head coach, maybe a leader like a Lou Anarumo deserves that opportunity to be a head coach in the NFL, and maybe it's as soon as next season.
We've gotten to the point where if you're not an offensive coach, you can't be a head coach. Doesn't it feel like that? I mean, you brought up the Raiders. I thought Rich Bisaccia did a fine job, and then now where is he? He's the special teams coordinator in Green Bay. So it was one and only shot. Odds for comeback player of the year, in case you're curious, the favorite remains DeMar Hamlin at -150. DeMar Hamlin, who's been active once this year. He's still the favorite. Well, that tells you he's winning the award, right? If you're curious who's next on the odds, it's Tua Tagovailoa. And I guess I get it. I mean, the concussions last year, and here he is leading that offense. But let's be honest, Danger. They should just pause the game, at halftime. Here we go. DeMar, you have won the Comeback Player of the Year award, and he's not even on the field.
But there is still a player out there who we haven't seen yet this year, who, if he gets an opportunity, maybe even starting as soon as Sunday, he could actually, if he lights it up, if he wins some games.
Oh, no. This is, okay.
If Kyle Murray...
Oh, no.
If Kyle Murray shows up and actually balls out the rest of the season and the Cardinals find themselves winning some games with him back behind center... Does Kyler Murray get... I'm with you. Hamlin's winning the award, but Kyler Murray can make it interesting. I think he's certainly more interesting than Tua.
I thought you were going to go somewhere else with this, okay? And I'll get to that in a second. But this is our survivor pick. It's Cleveland over Arizona. Clayton Tune. Please, they thought so much of Clayton Tune, they traded for Josh Dobbs.
We thought on Tuesday that we might have to defer this weekend's pick. We went with Cleveland on Tuesday.
I like how you say the we. You're endorsing my pick. I like that. You're like the politician who dropped out of the race. You're Mike Pence. Okay,
I'm telling you, Gino, we're a team here in the sports bar. I got your back.
All right. So now that we reevaluate, if little Kyle, can you?
And by the way, I'm invested just like you are. Maybe not financially anymore, but I get the text like you get. Who's the pick this week? Who are you guys taking in Survivor? What is Gene like? I'm like your secretary for Survivor football.
So same. I'm getting direct, which is great. I love being this resource, okay? And we're going to stick with Cleveland. The line went up to 10 with Deshaun Watson. They're coming off a bad loss to Seattle. Arizona is the worst team in the record, by record, worst team in the league. And they're going from west to east. There's a lot to like, whether it's Clayton Tune or little Kyle Murray in this game. No, that's not going to change. We're not going to have this emergency meeting, emergency pod.
No, I think
we're sticking with Cleveland.
And furthermore, I think Tune is actually going to get the start. I don't care what the designation is for Kyle Murray for coming up on Sunday. I mean, I think it's reasonable to believe you'll see him maybe the following time, the next game. But this game is Clayton Tune.
Do you really want to start him against that defense? You really want to start Kyler Murray? And no, that would not be wise. No, where I thought you were going to go with it, the comeback player of the year, because... well, nobody has ever had an Achilles and come back the same year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that would be something. Usually it's come back from last year. What if it were Aaron
Well,
Rodgers?
I said it earlier, and I can't believe I'm saying it. I hate that I'm saying it, but I'm starting to understand why Rodgers said what he said about Packers management. Hear me out on this. And I can't wait to ask Bart Winkler, who joins us here in about 15 minutes, about his Packers coming up here in a little bit. It was this week that GM Brian Gutekunst, maybe you heard some of his quotes. It was less than a vote of confidence for the quarterback that he drafted, that he moved up to draft in the first round while you still had Aaron Rodgers.
In his prime,
winning MVPs. Now, publicly demoralizing his quarterback. And the Packers' failures this season, they fall right on this guy's shoulders. I need to ask Bart, how much hot water is this guy in? Is he in any hot water?
Well,
is anybody holding anybody accountable there?
Aha! There we go. There's the root of it, because, hey, the owner would hear about it from those other buddies. It's a different situation in Green Bay, and we really haven't gone down this road. It's just been smooth sailing between, Favre to Rodgers, and you don't ever have to worry about the owner coming down, because there is no owner.
Yeah, this GM is Teflon.
Yes.
I see him talk. I hear what he says about the guy that he invested in, and now is basically turning his back on him. It's look, you can be genuine, you can be honest, and I think. When you evaluate the play, obviously Jordan Love hasn't been anything near what they want him to be. The record is the record for a reason. Jordan Love hasn't been good. But have you done everything you can as a GM to surround him with the pieces that he needs to win?
I don't even think it's about that, Danger. Like, I would say that Will Levis in 2 games has shown more than Jordan Love in how many years?
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, because you see the arm, you see, that's it. Your eyes tell you. You can work with that. Jordan Love, it doesn't look that way.
Yeah.
He looks like a game manager quarterback, which, if you have everything else around him as you're describing, that's great. No, you need your quarterback to go out there. You need to win because of your quarterback, not with.
Yes.
The old with because
I love
thing.
that, of course.
He's not a because quarterback.
You're not a guy that's going to win because of Jordan Love. You can win with Jordan Love if you're the Packers, but you can't win because of Jordan Love. I love that. But, look around him and you kind of understand why Aaron Rodgers felt the way he felt. Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs.
Never drafted a first-round wide receiver for me.
Aaron Jones is still nice, but he's banged up. A.J. Dillon ain't it. The offensive line, kind of shoddy. It's a bad team. It's a bad roster.
But Aaron Rodgers, correct me if I'm wrong, he could have figured out an exit strategy. This all changed when Jordan Love was drafted because you had the big money already committed to Rodgers at that point.
Right. I would just think if I'm Brian Gutekunst and I did everything that I did to get Jordan Love, even though it isn't going well right now, I would still be doing my best to get Jordan Love's head in a place where he can play with confidence. And by going up this week and saying, yeah, we got to reevaluate everything. And then, it's not, he's a first round draft pick. You still have him. He's still a value, right? Like he's not, they're not paying him top dollar for an NFL quarterback. I know that they did restructure his deal when Rodgers left, right?
Yep.
So I thought that those comments coming from the guy that this is his blood on his hands. Like you did this. Who's holding him accountable to this roster being what it is and this quarterback not being first round caliber talent?
Well, if I'm like the Packers have lost 4 in a row. There's only one team that's lost more. That's Arizona in a current losing streak. So 4 in a row. If the season were ending today, where would the Packers be drafting? I know the answer to this. Anybody want to guess? 6th. When was the last time Green Bay drafted? Not since we've been really following this all that closely, Danger. You were probably in high school when they picked them that high. So honestly, you're a Packer fan. You probably are hate watching your team at this point because you have a Michael Penix. You have other quarterbacks that are not named the guy out in USC. So this is a draft that, congratulations. And I think Gutekunst is it's refreshing. He's actually being honest.
If he's being honest, he would be saying, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have drafted this kid, which is maybe what he wants to say. And this is him. But while you have him and while he's your guy and while you've invested in him, he can't be going out there playing with any sort of confidence now, knowing that he's got to look over his shoulder and that he could be replaced. I mean, when they start Sean Clifford in Green Bay, that's when it's like, oh God, how bad has it gotten in Green Bay? Sean Clifford could potentially be starting games over Jordan Love before the season is over.
Now imagine Green Bay at 6 drafts their quarterback of the future, but then you have a team that could, forgive me how I'm going to phrase this, could C-block the Packers, so to speak, picking 2 and 3.
Oh, the Bears.
Could you imagine the Bears? You know what? We're going to take a defensive. We're going to take 2 linemen and let the quarterback kind of.
I can tell you exactly how that would play out, Gino. The Bears would probably select a quarterback, and the Packers could also select a quarterback, and the quarterback that the Bears select will flame out in 2, maybe 3 years, and the Packers will have another Hall of Famer because they drafted the right guy, and the Bears, with all that draft capital, still found a way to F it all up.
So why do you do this to yourself? Because that's all. I can see that exactly happening.
That's exactly
like this draft will be haunting you.
When anybody says to me, "Hey, the Bears, they could have top 2 picks. They could have 2 picks in the top 3." I'm like, they'll F it up. They'll find a way to screw it. Hey, the Bears, they'll like that. They traded for Montez Sweat. They'll screw him up. They'll find a way to screw him up. Do you know who's out for the game against New Orleans?
No.
Does the name Tremaine Edmonds mean anything to you?
Whoa.
Yeah, he's out. Knee injury.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Real value there. Paying him a lot of money.
I kind of chuckled when I saw that pass go to the left flat there. The Rams
he's
running
just
back
completely out of position.
Out of position. Austin Eckler, Rams.
Bad angle.
Yeah,
just
bad angle. There
just,
he goes. Yeah.
That's what you're investing in. Great moves. Awesome moves. They'll find a way to F it up. As bad as the Packers are, they're still not in as bad a way as the Bears are. And the Bears are going to be bad for a long time. I don't see a light at the end of the tunnel. Because what happens at the end of the season? They start from scratch all over again. What are you getting for Justin Fields? Who's invested? Who wants Justin Fields? Is Justin Fields a broken commodity?
Yeah.
Like it's bad. Bart Winkler from CBS Sports Radio going to join us here in a couple few. Before we get to Bart, let's quickly go over the Bills injury report here, the final injury report before Sunday night's game in Cincinnati.
Yeah, okay. Balin Spector and A.J. Klein are out.
Not really worried about either of those guys.
No, which means, and Sean McDermott today on GR, not very non-committal about whether we're going to see Rasul Douglas, who is on the 53, whether they'll elevate somebody like Leonard Fournette. Went to we got to see how practice kind of goes. I understand that. So should we see Rasul Douglas? I would hope. It doesn't have to be corner 2, but if there are some plays, some packages, you can work them in there. And what I would like to see, actually, Danger, which has nothing to do with injuries, I did like the 3 safety look where you could have Jordan Poyer kind of roam in the field. I thought that was a different wrinkle, and it slowed Tampa Bay down last week.
Rasul Douglas himself on whether or not he'll play at Cincinnati.
I have no idea. Like, they haven't told me, like, I'm playing or I'm not. So I don't know when they will tell me, but I'm going to prepare and practice like I'm out there starting.
Christian Benford limited today. He's got a hamstring injury, but he doesn't have an injury designation heading into Sunday, so we'll see him at corner as well.
Okay. Then, on the IR is Kyrie Elam with the ankle.
Right.
Which, we should point out didn't have any Friday injury designation whatsoever. Last few games he was okay, but now not okay.
The Bengals appear equally as healthy. Running back Joe Mixon was a full participant at practice today. He's listed as questionable. He's got a chest injury. Defensive end Trey Hendrickson missed practice on Wednesday, but he's off the injury report after a full practice again today. Linebacker Akeem Davis Gaither and guard Max Sharpling join Mixon in the questionable category heading into Sunday night as the Bengals host the Bills. You can hear that game here on the Fan Rochester. Our pregame coverage Sunday afternoon begins at 4 o'clock. Next in the sports bar, Bart Winkler of CBS Sports Radio, our pal from Milwaukee, stops by. Let's learn more about Rasul Douglas. Let's talk a little bit more about those Packers that we were just discussing. And let's get his take on Sunday night between the Bengals and the Bills. Bart Winkler, CBS Sports Radio, next on the Fan Rochester.
Odyssey has sports for
Sports Update.
Buffalo Bills Friday injury report is out. A.J. Klein, Balin Spector are out. Everyone else is good to go against the Bengals. Rasul Douglas, he may be in the lineup Sunday.
I came here to play and make plays for this organization, so that's really my focus, is doing whatever the team need me to do, whether it's this week, next week, whatever week it may be, and just play my heart out.
Our pregame coverage Sunday will begin at 4 o'clock. We'll talk some NFL coming up next. Bart Winkler, CBS Sports Radio, joining us here in the Sports Bar. Hockey night tonight in the Flower City as the Amerks hosting Utica. Don Stevens will have the call beginning at 7 o'clock. Sabres hockey tonight. Philadelphia is the opponent. Buffalo, for the first time, looking to get above 500 this year. The game can be heard on 96.5 WCMF. RIT hockey tonight playing at Army. Gene Battaglia in the Sports Leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950. The Fan, Rochester.
Neat or on the rocks? It's the Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia on the Sports Leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950. The Fan, Rochester.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I kind of know it all already. It's more so yesterday and kind of earlier was just the verbal. You know, you hear a word for so long and it means something else. And then you come here and that word means something totally else. So you just got to try to sync the verbiage and forget the other verbiage you heard. But, yeah, you just try to just forget the old verbiage and just remember the new one. So when they're out there making calls, you know exactly what you're supposed to be playing.
That's Rasul Douglas, Buffalo Bills corner. Learning the language of the Buffalo Bills defense, this Sean McDermott defense. Somebody who might know a little bit about Rasul Douglas and what the Bills have traded for joins us now in the Sports Bar. One of our favorites, really, joining us from Milwaukee. The Bart Winkler Show on YouTube and, of course, CBS Sports Radio. Bart, what did the Bills trade for here in Rasul Douglas?
Well, they didn't get like a number one corner or maybe a number two, but they got a great player. Packer fans are very sad that Rasul Douglas is leaving. It's actually very weird. We are acting like it's a combination of Charles Woodson, Sam Shields, and Herb Adderley leaving us at the same time. But Rasul, he was a great story. He was the guy that the Packers found off the Cardinals practice squad 2 years ago. He becomes a starter. He has a great interception then against the Cardinals, helps seal a game. And when it was time to resign, after the year was up, he stayed in Green Bay, and he quickly became a fan favorite, not just for, you know, the off-the-field stuff, but he was a pretty decent player on the field, too. And he's one of those guys that, like, if there's an interception thrown in the middle of the field and there's an interception thrown, and you're like, how did that guy know where the ball was going to go? Rasul is on the receiving end of some of that. So he's a good player. It's a nice little trade for Buffalo, and I hope it works out for him.
Yeah, Bart, we're going to have questions about the Packers and the NFL, but if we can start with Buffalo here, because you've talked about them on your show too, but we'd be just curious to get your take here, because Danger and I are both picking the Bengals coming up Sunday night. I don't think this is a good matchup, but from where you sit, what is happening with this Bills team that, boy, in September, they look like world beaters. They're wailing on teams you should, the Raiders, the Commanders, and then, you know, they're farting around against the Giants and the Buccaneers and shamefully losing at New England. So who is this Buffalo Bills team, Bart?
They remind me, honestly, of the Packer team that won the Super Bowl in 2010, especially at this point in the season. This point in the season in 2010, they were a team that wasn't playing up to their expectations. They were 4-4 at one point, and I was living in an apartment with two other guys, and we were so disgusted by back-to-back losses that we took everything that we owned, Packers, and we just threw it in the pile of our apartment and let it sit there and rot. And we still think that is the reason, and we left it there. It was our Christmas tree. It was our Super Bowl. Like, we left it there for the entire time. It's just a team where you watch them, and you know they're better than this. I think that the Bills are better than this. I think that the offseason narrative around them about missing their window was really weird, where somebody had that take once and then it got echoed, and all of a sudden that just became the take on the Bills. I thought that was strange. I know that, you know, some fans are wondering about Sean McDermott and the long-term viability there. I think if they do get Fournette into the system, like that will help. I heard Tom Brady talking the other day about how Josh Allen can't run more, but don't take away what makes Josh Allen so good. And plus, the Bills, the Bills, I tried to do this morning, with all due respect. I could not, off the top of my head, think, and I watch NFL, I play fantasy, I do it all. I couldn't think of another Bills running back in the last 20 years besides Marshawn Lynch that hasn't been there in the last. Like, I couldn't think of Willis McGahee. I couldn't think of Fred Taylor. I couldn't think of Travis Henry. I couldn't think of these guys. The Bills just have not been known for running the football. That would still be nice if they could get that aspect of their game, but I don't know. It's a lot better to play like absolute garbage and win those games. Like, they did win. They did win. I don't think anybody in Pittsburgh is upset that they're the worst team to be like 5-3 ever. But I know that there's bigger aspirations in Buffalo, and I think that, this is going to be a very telling game this weekend. I think a lot of people are going to assume the way that Cincinnati's been playing, that Cincinnati at home will get this one. But what a statement it would be for Buffalo, and I think that would put everything seemingly back on track. So I'm excited for it. I think that Buffalo's better than this. I want them to be better than this, and we'll see what happens on Sunday night.
Bart Winkler, our guest here in the Sports Bar, CBS Sports Radio. Bart, the GM, Brian Gutekunst, giving some comments. It wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement here for the quarterback, Jordan Love. Are we seeing right now the end of the Jordan Love era in Green Bay?
If we're seeing the end of the Jordan Love era, then I think we need to see the end of the Brian Gutekunst era and the end of the Matt LaFleur era.
Yes.
I think that needs to be. This was such a big swing for them, and if they miss, I think that tells you a lot of what you need to know. And I should expect Rasul Douglas to play even better in Buffalo than he did here, because there's a lot of former Packers right now, whether it's Montravius Adams, Jaron Reed, Oren Burks. These aren't household names, but these are guys on defense that are playing very well for their respective teams throughout the league at this point. You look back at the drafts, they've been poor. You look back at, the whole thing with Aaron Rodgers. The whole thing with Aaron Rodgers, the thing that's like still the most perplexing about all that was they drafted Jordan Love and then gave Rodgers another extension. Yeah. And that's still a hard one to figure out. And they were trying to that move was always going to be just a prayer, like trying to impossibly hand off the baton. It's like a Doctor Strange. There's only one way that it could work out of 14 billion variables. I'm a big Marvel guy. But there was never going to be, it was never going to work. It was never going to work. They were never going to find that one way. It was always going to be messy in some way. And I do think Jordan Love, I don't know how good he is. I don't think he's as bad as the rest of the league sees him as, if you just look at a few highlights and stats, because the Packers have done this really dumb thing that's smart in basketball maybe, and smart in baseball, is trying to bring everybody up together at the same time. You can't do that. You can't try to figure out if your quarterback's good if you're trying to figure out at the same time, are my wide receivers good? Is my offensive line good? Is my coach good? You can't figure all that out. So I just Jordan Love was such like the move for them. It was a long-term thing. It was a trade-up for him. It was 3 years. If Jordan Love's not good, that means you had a general manager that drafted him, traded up for him, missed on his biggest draft pick ever, like most consequential, and then didn't see the errors of his mistake. And then that means you have a coach that had 3 years with a guy that he's coaching this guy. LaFleur's coaching Jordan Love like he just met him. Like he has no idea what this guy is. Or it's like, sometimes you put a kid in Little League and you think they're going to stink, and so you throw him in right field, and then all of a sudden he gets to the plate and he's mashing home runs, and you're like, oh, this guy's good. Like, let the guy play. You had him for 3 years. So I think that where the Packers are at right now, if Jordan Love isn't good, it's not just okay, we'll find our next guy. The coaching I don't think is good. The general manager might be the wrong guy. The defense, Joe Barry's the worst defensive coordinator that the Packers have ever had, which is saying a lot. And so this is not, it's not great. I don't know when the Packers are going to be good again.
So
it might be a while.
Bart, everything that you're saying, and I can't believe I'm saying this as a Bears fan. Maybe it's Stockholm Syndrome. Was Aaron Rodgers right about the Packers organization?
No. No, he was misguided. I think so. What Aaron Rodgers thinks Aaron Rodgers thinks he's the character. He's the lead character of the play.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that one cable company had an outage when he was on McAfee this week, and of course, David, of course, of course, it's because of it. Of course, you can't handle his line now. Is you can't handle the old hippie talking. Of course, Rodgers. Rodgers was seeing a business run, and he was seeing things that happen with the business being run, and he didn't like it. That doesn't mean it was run poorly. He just thought that. I don't know. I don't know what he wanted when people left. It got to bring it back to Rasul. Rodgers brainwashed so many people in Green Bay that Rasul Douglas got a phone call. You probably know this and talked about it, but he got that phone call from the GM that said, "We traded you," and he didn't believe it, so he hung up on him. And then the team president called him. There's nothing other than Rasul. That's sad. He didn't really think he was going to get traded. Other than that, what better way was there to do it? Are you supposed to bring the guy over for a nice meal and break up in public so it's courteous? I don't know what are you supposed to do? You get traded, you get a phone call. It's better than finding out online or getting somebody tweeting it to you. I don't think the Packers are an evil organization, but the way that Aaron Rodgers does. But I think they might be dumb. They might be dumb. But I don't think anything about that Rasul Douglas thing. It's a funny story. It's a sad, funny story, but that doesn't mean the Packers did anything wrong.
So, Bart, I would lean in the direction, and Danger, I think, agrees with you, all right, maybe this is a house cleaning. Well, how does it work in Green Bay? Tell us, because we're used to hey, I'm Terry Pagula, Rex, you're gone, Doug Whaley, you're gone. Who makes these decisions? The team president? Do they have to wait for the board? I mean, you're the team without the owner. How do you make decisions like this?
Well, there is one key thing that's coming up, and Mark Murphy, the team president, is going to step aside in 2025. So he's going to step aside, I think, after they hold the draft. That'll be his last thing. And then somebody new will get hired, whoever it is, and then they will pretty much be, the king. And I think that will be a moment, if it hasn't happened already, where change will happen. I don't know. When you're near the end of it, do you make change when you don't have to? Is Mark Murphy going to have tough conversations that he doesn't have to? I think the whole reason Bob Myers left the Golden State Warriors is because he knew he was going to have to break up that team, and he didn't want to. So he's on TV for a little bit, and then he'll go back into the NBA. Mm. He didn't have to do it, so he didn't want to. And Mark Murphy, I don't think he has to do it, so I don't think he wants to. It might get bad. I do know that the report was the last time that the Packers fired a coach, it was against Josh Rosen and the Cardinals. It was that night in 2018. Mike McCarthy got fired, and the reporting was that Mark Murphy looked around and he was so upset about how little fans were there, how many fans had left, just the malaise of the stadium. And so if it gets really bad, maybe they think about something, but I don't know. I don't know. But they can't continue like this because everybody's bad. Aaron Rodgers did mask a lot of problems, but maybe Aaron Rodgers should have. I still think they should have moved on from him earlier to unmask some of these problems. But certainly, when you don't have a two-time quarterback that's an MVP or a four-time MVP, when I say two-time, a four-time MVP to disguise some of the issues. It's I don't know.
Bart,
I felt like okay, my team stinks earlier in the week, and I've done a couple of I've had a couple conversations with the Packers like this, and by the end of Friday, I'm just like, oh my God, they're terrible.
They're not the Bears, Bart. You have that to look forward to.
Oh God,
I want to get into some takes because you have a great baseball take that I know made Gene pissed, and I want to get to that in a second. But I wanted to share a take about a guy that I know you're very familiar with, and we've already talked about him. It's Aaron Rodgers, and my take on Aaron Rodgers is that he never really tore his Achilles. He injured his Achilles week 1, but if we do see him before the end of the season, it will be because he didn't really tear it. He's not really doing something that's revolutionary or groundbreaking or historic if he were to return from an Achilles tear within the same season. Am I nuts, or is that just the kind of maniacal thought that an egomaniac like Rodgers would actually have?
If one person ever was going to do it, you nailed who it would be. Like if that ever happened to one person, it would be him. I don't think he's coming back. I think it's torn, and I don't think he's coming back. I think what you're seeing is a guy who's so unhappy that he's not the lead character. He's hurt. What's there need to talk about him for? He's hurt. He's not coming back. Okay, so what do? I keep throwing these little nuggets. I appear on the field. I warm up a little bit. Oh, Travis Kelce's the star this year? Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to get in a debate with Travis Kelce. And and he's got the platform to do it, and now it's amplified on ESPN. So I'll be stunned if he's back. I was really bummed that he got hurt because I thought he was going to be pretty bad this year, and I really wanted to watch that and laugh. And then he got hurt, and he's like, I can't laugh at that. So I'm rooting for him not to come back. He was going to be bad. I'm telling you, he was going to be bad. He was going to be bad this year. And now he's going to come back and throw 193 yards and 2 touchdowns, and we're going to act like, oh, wow, greatest quarterback ever. So that's a real pedestrian game that we're gonna celebrate like it's Joe Montana.
Bart, you had a baseball opinion that I respectfully disagree. It's a sports conversation.
I love this take.
Well, it's kind of like I like to eat ice cream every day, but I can't. So, honestly, you can't scale back the baseball season because owners don't want to lose money. Bart's take, and correct me if I'm wrong if I'm laying this out, the best thing baseball could do, Bart, in your opinion, is actually end the season so that you have the stage Labor Day weekend you're still talking college football and everything else, and I think I'm going to use your own argument against you, Bart. I listened to your show last night. I think this is it. You nailed it. Hey, you're a Yankee fan. You're watching the Yankees Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday and Saturday, and Sunday night we'll watch a movie. We don't need to watch Sunday night baseball. You're not going to care about the Rangers, whether it's in October, or in this case November, or Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, so I think in my baseball take, which angered many, because I said I don't know if you need to shorten the season, but I wanted to, my take was move it up so that the playoffs are in August and you're getting all this attention and more people watch you. And this is a suggestion to see how can we rehab this World Series number. And I'll get to what you just said in a second, but the World Series number, and I didn't want to be ratings guy, but it's the lowest ever, 9 million on average. It's the 7th lowest championship thing in sports ratings wise this year, behind the men's basketball championship, the women's, Kentucky Derby, the Masters final round, and then obviously football in the NBA. So all those things beat it. The problem, I think, is, and I'm just looking for how do you boost that number, because you do have an issue with baseball being it's not a regional sport. It is a national sport, but we only watch our team is the problem because they're on every night. It doesn't matter that, I'm on CBS Sports Radio and I talk about all the teams. I know about the Bills because I watch the league, and the Packers play once a week, and I watch the Bills, and it's Thursday night, I watch Monday night, I watch Sunday. That's 3 days of the week, but I'm getting all these different teams. In baseball, if you're a fan of a team, you're watching them every day or following them every day, and the problem with baseball is the Brewers, just yesterday, the Milwaukee Brewers signed this guy, Colin Ray. Who's Colin Ray? Nobody around the country knows anything about Colin Ray. But I know an exorbitant amount of stuff on him because he's like the 23rd best guy on my team. So the guys I know are on my team. When you get to the World Series, it's not that nobody cares about the Rangers and Diamondbacks. It's that we don't know them. We don't know them. We're watching a movie all season, and then the final act is with characters that we don't know. What happened to our characters? What happened to the guys that we were following? You shouldn't learn about Adolis Garcia in the 5th game of the championship series. That is way too late for that. And so I'm trying to think of ways to get a bigger audience, but even still, the thing that bothers me and the thing that I think is going to hurt baseball more is, okay, you say you don't care about the two teams, right? Okay. 9 million people on average watch that World Series. 14 million people, I might have been 11, but still, it was more. Let's say 12. 12 million people watched a basketball game between Florida Atlantic and San Diego State. And you're going to say, well, it's the Final Four. And that's the problem, is it's the World Series, and it just doesn't pack that punch that it used to for those two different reasons. One, we don't know these guys, and two, it's just not the event that it was, and it's in a very busy schedule. I just like on Monday night, if you're going to watch Game 3 of the World Series, you got to first, your hockey team can't be on because you're going to watch that instead. Your basketball team can't be on because you're going to watch that instead. Then you have to say, how big of an NFL fan am I? And then you pick the World Series.
Right.
So there's too much going on, and it's for characters and people that we don't care about. And that's fine. Baseball can do nothing, and the ratings can get lower every year, and then it can be like a sport that, nobody under 75 likes in 10 years. That's fine.
Bart, I love the take. I'm so on board with everything you just said. And just so I'm clear, because my only strike against it, and Gene, the point Gene was making is you can't have ice cream every night. Like, this would never happen in a fantasy world. It would never happen because you would lose money if you were the owners. But if you moved everything earlier and you don't necessarily shorten the season, you just shift the time frame of the season. Spring training then becomes January, and you end your season by Labor Day, and you have the entire fall off if you're Major League Baseball. Is that what your take is proposing?
Yeah, I can get there. It's like, I don't want to. I would never not have my furniture store open 7 days a week because I don't want to lose money. Okay, well, you're paying inventory, and you're paying staff, and you're paying all these people, and nobody's coming, and there's no demand because you're always open, so nobody actually ever comes. Now I'm just going to be open 3 days a week, less staff, and it's more of an emergency to come and get my furniture. Okay, baseball, they're going to stay open, but the lights are going to be on, and they're going to have to pay staff. That's kind of a weaker analogy, but you can connect the dots. Look, baseball. Wouldn't it be cool if you did truncate the season a little bit? You could still have your 162 games. This is a sport that is, like, of all the sports, think of like a basketball team. When they play back-to-backs, you're like, oh my God, how do they have enough energy? Football, if they're playing even from Monday to Sunday, it's like, oh, we need that other day. Baseball, these guys can finish a 9-inning game and just be like, we got to play again? Okay, I'll play again. I'll play another game. Take advantage of that. Get some double headers. Get some more day baseball games in the summer. Get some day baseball this summer. I think it was the Phillies. They went Labor Day, last Memorial Day, last Labor Day, and the 4th of July without playing. How are you not playing on those days? Those are the days we're dying for baseball. Too many days, too long of a season. Best team doesn't even win the World Series anyway. There's a lot of, I don't know, baseball tells me they want to improve. They want to improve, right? So a 3-hour game is going to be 2 hours and 45 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's fun, but still, nobody watched your World Series. So what do you really want? What are you trying to do here?
Yeah, at Bart, I'll concede many points on that, including seasons too long, too many playoff teams, everything. Bart Winkler.
Please, I like baseball. I put these things out there, and people are like, oh, then just watch football, you meathead. I like baseball. I want baseball to be the event it was when I was 7 years old and we're bringing their neighbors over.
Yes.
My 6-year-old party, all I got was starting lineups and trading cards. Baseball. Posters all over my room. Baseball. I want that back. It's not going to come back.
Bart Winkler, CBS Sports Radio, where, boy, we enjoy when you're on. When's the next time we're going to be able to catch you, Bart?
Well, do you carry weekend programming?
Of course. Sure do.
Okay, well, 12 to 5 Eastern tomorrow, I will be watching college football and half doing a radio show.
Very good, Bart. We appreciate that. And we'll be checking you out also on the Bart Winkler Show on YouTube. Am I correct on that?
Yes, correct on that. And also Monday night and Wednesday night next week.
Monday and Wednesday. All right, I'm marking that on our calendar.
Right, so
sign off every night, and I'm like, we're gonna spin the wheel of hosts. We don't really know what night you're on and what night Hot Take Hickey is on. We're trying to figure out what the consistency is. Monday and Wednesday next week at night after the Sports Bar. Bart Winkler on CBS Sports Radio. Bart, you're the absolute best. Thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. Have a great weekend, and let's talk soon.
Thanks, gentlemen. Go Bills.
You got it.
Thank you,
Bart Winkler, CBS Sports Radio, the Bart Winkler Show. Stopping by the Sports Bar and setting the place on fire. Love it.
I didn't have the heart to say, tomorrow we have St. John Fisher football at Morrisville at noon.
Oh.
So after St. John Fisher football, we'll go
Bart
to
will still be there, yeah.
Bart will be there.
That's great. Watching college football and trying to do a national radio show.
Well, last week, I mean, it was just kind of great where he's doing this. And right when that whole Damian Lillard, ESPN, doing the AI thing. And, that was good radio. Bart's on top of stuff. More Bart.
He is, absolutely. All right, we got happy hour on the way next in the sports bar. We got a round of shots. It's Prediction Friday. What are your thoughts on Sunday night between the Bills and the Bengals? Gino and I will share our thoughts, and you're welcome to join us on the Good Smoke Barbecue and Pub Wingman line, 866-4FAN, 866-4326. Award-winning barbecue from Good Smoke Barbecue and Pub. The new location, 135 West Commercial Street in East Rochester, goodsmokebbq.com. Love to hear what you think could be the outcome of Sunday night's game between the Bills and the Bengals. Next with Happy Hour in the Sports Bar. Danger and Battaglia on 95.7 FM and AM 950, The Fan, Rochester.
Odyssey has sports for every fan.
Rochester and streaming online and in the Odyssey app at The Fan Rochester. The sports leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950. The Fan Rochester.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Fan Rochester Sports Update.
Two players are out for the Buffalo Bills, A.J. Klein and Baylon Spector. Everyone else is good to go for the Bengal game Sunday night. Wide receiver Stephon Diggs knows that defensive tackle Linval Joseph brings a lot.
I just know, I know what I'm getting. I was with him in Minnesota. He's had a hell of a career. I can imagine him and Big Phil being in there, putting that pressure on the pocket, especially with two edge rushers. So adds another layer to that defense. I don't play too much defense, but I've seen his work and I respect his game. So it's gonna be a lot of trouble in there.
Bills-Bengals, our pregame coverage Sunday begins at 4 o'clock here on the Fan Rochester. Tonight it's hockey night in Flower City. Utica coming to town. Don Stevens will have the call at 7. Sabres tonight on WCMF. They host Philadelphia. RIT tonight playing at Army. Gene Battaglia and the sports leader, the Fan Rochester.
The Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia.
Bills, Bengals in prime time.
Oh, boy.
Sunday Night Live.
Sunday Night Football.
Here's a guy.
One big thing to look out for is that the Bengals have a knack of starting really fast when they succeed.
Mike Danger.
This Bengals team has been a problem for the Buffalo Bills. I like the Bengals on Sunday. 27-24.
Oh!
Gene Battaglia.
Should the Buffalo Bills be playing complementary football?
You only say that when you're the underdog. Let's be clear on that. You only say that when you're facing a tough offense.
Yeah, of course.
It's Football Friday.
Intercepted, and that is Quan Alexander, and this game is over.
How are they 5-3?
They have mastered the art of winning ugly.
Dude, how about Wemby? 38 with 10 rebounds.
I am a system.
The Rangers are the World Series champions.
Ministry.
College football.
Michigan and all this, they're the good guys.
Go Sabres.
The great thing is to play back-to-back.
The Amerks host Utica. 95.7 FM and AM 950. The Fan Rochester.
Inching closer to puck drop at Blue Cross Arena with Utica, the opponent tonight for the Rochester Americans. You can hear that action coming up at 7 o'clock here on the Fan Rochester. It's happy hour in the sports bar with Danger and Battaglia. And boy, the Bills go back to Cincinnati, Gino, for the first time since the Damar Hamlin incident. And we've heard players talk about it this week. We heard Sean McDermott talk about it this week. One player that I want to hear talk about it this week, and I'm glad it was asked of Stephon Diggs. What does going back to Cincinnati mean?
I don't feel no way. I kind of like that ship has sailed for me. Like especially because DeMar is good, and like last year and like how the season ended. Like I had a long off season to think about the loss. And, a lot of things have happened since then. So for me, like that ship has really sailed. Like I try not to attach myself mentally to anything. Not necessarily negative, but something that's in the past. I feel like we all grew from it. A lot of good things have happened since as well. So, not too much emotion. I'm going into this game like I go into any game. I'm trying to eat.
Trying to eat, yeah.
Love that guy.
Look, McDermott said the same thing in a different way, and yeah, you have a game to play coming up, and the story was a happy ending, this story. So, sure, when you go into that locker room, you'll see things, maybe you feel things, but you got to focus on Sunday night. You're playing a really tough opponent.
Gino and I will share our predictions for Sunday night here in a couple few. You're welcome to join us on the Good Smoke Barbecue and Pub Wingman line, 866-4FAN, 585-866-4326. We'd love to hear your prediction. You can watch the Sports Bar at the Fan Rochester on YouTube and on Twitch. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And, of course, you can hear us where we sound our best, the free-to-download Odyssey app or on your smart device when you ask it to play 95.7 The Fan. Mentioned it this morning, Gino, in the break room, and I know we've talked about it a lot this week. This is a tough matchup for the Buffalo Bills. For whatever reason, these Bengals give the Bills a lot of problems. We saw it early in the Damar Hamlin game, and we certainly saw it in the playoffs when it mattered even more. This Bengals team just very physical, very disciplined, and if the Bills aren't as detailed as they have, as detailed as they were, let's say in the Miami game, then I worry that this could be an L for the Buffalo Bills.
Well, I see it as being an L, but I'm not saying that the Bills don't have the ability They should be able to throw. This is a team, the Bengals, that were kind of wallowing, and all of a sudden, hey, the quarterback gets healthy, and we're starting to score points, and all of a sudden things kind of tilt a different way. I don't see any reason why the Bills can't throw the football. My concern is actually the other side here, that Douglas coming in may help. Bringing in Linval Joseph, that may help, but I don't think for this game. I don't know if they're going to be able to provide you anything in this game. So I have the Bengals offense still doing what they want to do here against the Bills defense that kind of average, 30-23. I have the Bengals winning that.
You know, as we're sitting here talking about this game, and I'm thinking about this game, one of the things we addressed earlier this week, obviously the Bengals, you know, they feast when they can get off to an early lead. They want to get off to a fast start. Every team wants to get off to a fast start. The Bills were able to do that against the Bucs last. We saw them on that Thursday night game. Got off to a fast start. They had, you know, good pace, tempo, energy, rhythm to their offense, and they get that early lead. However, it was an early lead that by the end of the game came down to a Hail Mary. And my fear is that a team like the Bengals is going to capitalize on those opportunities if you allow them those opportunities. Even if you get off to a fast start, if you're the Bills offense and you come out with that rhythm and that tempo and you score, that the conservative nature down the stretch will burn you, and that the Bengals will actually be able to keep pace with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, for the record, I didn't question the first decision by, if we're going back now, what was it, 8 days ago? 9 days, whatever it was, the Bengals, the Buccaneers game. I didn't question the first one, the punt, but then the second one, where all of a sudden they drive down. Yeah, you're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. And Sean McDermott, when you're the underdog, I'll let you say complimentary football. And the Bills are an underdog here. So by complimentary football, it's okay to have that sort of let's drive down the field slowly, but as long as you're getting sevens and not threes. If you're settling for threes in the first half, then I'm going to tell you, they're not going to win coming up on Sunday.
I have the Bills falling to the Bengals 27-24, and that's my fear. My fear is that they could still look competent offensively. The Bills could come out with that rhythm that we saw against Tampa, that they could, you know, get some touchdowns in the air, that Josh can have a really good game, both throwing the ball and making plays with his legs. And it might not be enough because the defense of the Buffalo Bills won't be able to stop Joe Burrow when you need that stop the most. The weapons that they have are well documented. I mean, we know about Jamar Chase. We know that T. Higgins is coming on, and we know that Joe Burrow is healthy. And he made plays last week against a decent Niners defense with his legs as well. Joe Burrow is when healthy, he's elite. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And Josh Allen can be the same thing when he's got his head on straight. You know what I mean? And we know that Josh Allen also, and this is the part of the football season where nobody is at 100%, but we know that Josh Allen, that shoulder's bothering him, and it's probably going to bother him for the rest of the season in some way, shape, or form. How much does it affect his play mentally? How much is he paying attention to or compensating for that bad shoulder in his throws and how he plays throughout the course of the game Sunday night? So I feel like the way the Bills have been inconsistent versus a team that has looked really good right now, and looks like right now one of the best teams in the league, it's just a bad spot for the Bills. Now, if they win, man, what does the world look like on Monday? Let's talk about that.
Oh, wow. You get Mr. Unlimited coming in on a Monday night. In fact, 2 straight home games where then Zach Wilson, hey, all of a sudden you're thinking, all right, we're going into Thanksgiving on a little bit of a streak, and you're thinking, I kid you not, you're thinking, can this team actually get to a 1 seed if you get by Cincinnati? Is that fair?
Sure.
Particularly, who are we rooting for? If you're a Bills fan, are you of the mindset, hey, we need Kansas City to lose? I'd say that's the wrong mindset. First things first.
No, beat the Dolphins so you win the division.
Yeah, so I texting with Binkley back and forth. We had the rare thing, like this was during the Sabre game the other night. Binkley was like, hey, I love your Sabres. You cannot do this as a sport fan. This is my favorite team in the West, and I have a favorite team in the East, and it's Buffalo. No, I'm sorry. You only have one favorite team.
Who's his favorite team in the West?
The Mouth Breathers.
Oh,
Kansas
he likes
City.
the Blues.
Yeah,
Ugh.
Of course. Yeah, like that's the closest team.
Ugh.
But I told him, in this weird world, I'm saying, yeah, Travis Kelce, come on, let's bring Taylor Swift over to Germany. Let's go.
She's over there, by the way.
Is she really?
She's over there.
Well, they'll sell a lot of.
What's the over under on Taylor Swift sightings during the game? What are we setting it at? 7?
Yeah.
10? 10 doesn't even feel high to me, really, honestly.
No.
We could probably hit the over on 10.
Yeah.
I think you're rooting for Kansas City, right? You want the Chiefs to win in Germany. You want the Bills to win on Sunday night, and you want the Bills to be in first place by the end of the day on Sunday. That would be fantastic. That's what the world looks like if the Bills can handle the Bengals. If the Bills can handle the Bengals, and if the Chiefs can't get over, I think the Chiefs get over on Miami, by the way. I love the idea that the Dolphins have feasted on sub 500 teams to get their wins, and against teams with winning records, they are 0-2, and I think that trend continues in Germany, and the Chiefs handle their business, which means it's up to the Bills to handle theirs on Sunday night. Cincinnati, and hearing Diggs say that he's not thinking about last year is great. Then that's the mindset they should be in the moment. They should be focused in the present moment and executing at a high level if they have any chance of beating the Bengals, because we know that they will come to play.
I think at that level, if your mind isn't anywhere where it should be, and I look at the Bills' playoff loss to the Bengals, and there
were some distractions.
Yeah, there were some distractions.
Supposed distractions.
That's come on out the three heads coming up on the 17th.
So we can actually talk about it, right? Yeah. The Bills' injury report is fairly clean here. Nobody really of note that's going to be out. Now, AJ Klein and Balin Spector, but I mean,
ding, 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 ding. Was there an injury designation last Friday for Kyrie Elam?
I don't remember.
No. He was on the injury report.
Last Wednesday before the Thursday game?
Excuse me, before the Thursday game. And then before the Patriot game. No, there wasn't. He was on there, but he was always going to go. So how do you go?
Are you suggesting that the injury report in the NFL is fraudulent?
Well, okay. The Wednesday before the Buccaneers game, he's not listed as questionable. He's not listed as out.
He doesn't have a designation.
Correct. So, like you said, did he trip down the stairs?
Yeah, Josh Allen doesn't have a designation going into Sunday night's game. We know he's not 100%.
So, but you're not putting Josh Allen. So what is the determination whether somebody should go on IR? This is a big gray area. I think a lot of teams realize they
all of them exploit it. All of them. And the Bills are no different. So Klein and Spector are both out. Christian Benford, for what it's worth, limited today's practice. He's got a hamstring injury, but he has no injury designation heading into Sunday, so expect to see him. And I think you can also expect to see Rasul Douglas, or at least he thinks he's going to play. He's here to play.
I have no idea. Like, they haven't told me, like, I'm playing or I'm not, so I don't know when they will tell me, but I'm going to prepare and practice like I'm out there starting.
Love hearing that.
I didn't realize Aaron Rodgers was upset that Rasul Douglas was told by phone. Like, what is the GM supposed to go over to his house and, what? Like, would you...
Face-to-face is probably preferred, I would imagine. But in the moment...
It's Tuesday is the off day.
Right. In a moment of it's the trade deadline day, and this is, you're not telling him in advance because he doesn't know. And... yeah, I don't know how else you could have done it. Maybe there's a way that they could have handled it better, or maybe Rodgers is just throwing stones.
You're up against the deadline that came in the last half hour. You've got to make the move. The move is going to be announced. There's no way you have to do it by phone. You can't go unless he lives like across the street.
I love that he didn't believe it. He hung up, and then the president had to call him. Fantastic. Never change. You listen to Bart, man. Green Bay's got problems.
Problems that this is why owners do what they do. Who's going to call the shots if you need things changed? And he brought up something interesting. What would it take? And Mark Murphy is the guy. He's the emperor, right? He's the president. He answers to all the shareholders, whatever. But imagine that position. And he alone pretty much gets to make that decision. But what would cause him to say, you know what, LaFleur ain't it, or Gutekunst ain't it? It's actually looking out in the stands. If we get to December and Lambeau is half empty, as it was when Mike McCarthy got fired. That was the last time a coach got fired in Green Bay. I'd clean everybody out there. You made a decision, Jordan Love. Jordan Love ain't it. And sorry. So you're going to trust the GM to pick another quarterback after he made that?
It's almost as if they took Jordan Love just to spite Aaron Rodgers. That they didn't even really believe that he was going to be what they maybe thought he could be. But like, hey, we've got to move on from Rodgers. This guy is so bad. We've got to start our plan to move on from Rodgers. Are you in? Yeah, I'm in. Who's it? Jordan Love. Well, let's go up and get him. Let's get him. That's our guy, Jordan Love. Not realizing that Jordan Love is probably not a starting NFL quarterback. Like,
nope.
He's probably a backup.
Nope. Like, I'm watching the game last night, Titans and Steelers, only 2 games in. And I don't know if Will Levis is going to be the guy that will carry the Titans to places that they haven't been in so long.
He looks good.
But you could say he has something.
He has it.
Where we haven't said that about Jordan Love yet. Right. Jordan Love just looks like a game manager out there.
He has it. You could tell Levis has something. There's something different about his game than what they had in Tannehill and what they trotted out there a couple of times with Malik Willis. He's going to be, and I love that we had Andy Behrens on with us yesterday. He was talking and previewing that game from last night and mentioned Will Levis's strengths. He's like, God, I feel like I'm describing a young Josh Allen. Yeah, maybe not as athletic with his ability to run the football as Josh has, but the arm talent is there. The arm strength is there. The guy is just jacked. He's absolutely built, so you know he can withstand some punishment and chuck it all over the field. He's going to be something here, and that's through 2 starts, and you can say that because when you watch, you're like, oh yeah, that looks different. That looks like something we haven't seen. We saw it with Josh Allen early on, right? Josh Allen hurdling over Anthony Barr in the Minnesota game. Like, whoa, we haven't seen anything like that ever. Like, this is different. And you certainly can feel that with Levis. With Jordan Love, nope.
No.
You're not winning games because of Jordan Love. You can win games with Jordan Love. You're not going to win games because of Jordan Love.
If the Steelers make the playoffs with that offense, Mike Tomlin's going to win the Coach of the Year, is he not?
Because the expectation with Mike Tomlin is he's always going to have his team with a winning record and in postseason contention.
He should. How are they doing this? They won again?
Obviously, the secret was getting Matt Canada's dynamic personality and energy and electricity on the sideline instead of in the booth. That made all the difference in the world. That proved to be the reason why the Steelers won last night.
Well, they won, but there's some drama. Did you see this, Danger? This is from Pittsburgh this afternoon. I know you love these stories, but you're going to have to find a different man crush. George Pickens has unfollowed Kenny Pickett. He has unfollowed Mike Tomlin and the Steelers official account while posting on Instagram just a caption saying, "Free me."
If I am Matt Canada, if I am Mike Tomlin, everything I do offensively runs through that guy. Everything.
And he should have had both feet in last night. That was a lazy play on his part.
Uncharacteristic miss by Pickens.
It doesn't. Kenny, listen, okay? Hot take, everyone. Kenny Pickett sucks. I'm sorry. He ain't it. So what are you doing in Pittsburgh at this point? You have to win games other ways, and they're figuring this out.
Well, they did win by playing a complementary brand of football to move to 5-3, and it turns out what Pickens couldn't do, Deontay Johnson could. He got a 3-yard touchdown there with 4:02 left in the fourth. The Titans fall 20-16, but Will Levis solid, as we mentioned. Although they could only get to the end zone one time, there 3 field goals for the Titans. This is another bit of NFL news, Gino, and I'm bringing it up because it's relevant to a conversation we were having on Tuesday when we were making our survive and advance pick, which was the Cleveland Browns. And I say we, I'm not in it anymore. I made the mistake of not following Gene's lead on this one. Gene?
You were your own man, and you took the Niners against the Vikings, and all right, every week now is going to be difficult. There aren't any layups, and there were some choices this week. We could have taken the Saints over the Bears, but do I really trust Derek Carr? Maybe at some point I'm going to have to go with that. We went with the Cleveland Browns. The Browns coming off a tough loss at Seattle with I say one of the top 5 defenses in the league, and they're playing the team with the worst record in the National Football League, a team that, well, up until now, was starting a 5th-round rookie quarterback. When was the last time, by coach's decision, you started a rookie 5th-round quarterback in this league? I know the answer. We all know the answer. Yeah, it didn't work out so well. So Clayton Tune, I'm like, except now the Cardinals are playing the I don't know who's playing quarterback, and now we know who's playing quarterback in Cleveland.
Well, I thought you were going to talk about what was going on in Cleveland. I mean, they might be better served having P.J. Walker start the rest of their games rather than trotting out Deshaun Watson, but it will be Deshaun Watson.
This is what you have to do if you're Deshaun Watson, right? If you're coming back, this year, and you're not going to be 100% with whatever's going on, you've been cleared now for weeks, and you're playing that paper-thin defense in Arizona, a team that Arizona is going to build for the future. They've got a lot of draft capital. It'll be interesting to see what they do, and particularly with Kyler Murray. But Murray isn't out there. Sure, let Deshaun Watson. This should be Deshaun Watson coming back and saying, this is my team, my city, and we're going to win comfortably. Why all of a sudden do I feel like that's not going to happen, Mike Danger?
Because Deshaun Watson's been really, really bad. He's been really bad this season. I'm not going to say that P.J. Walker is a better quarterback than Deshaun Watson, but he might give you the best chance to win. I need to see it from Deshaun Watson, which we haven't seen. And he's home, and it is the Cardinals, and maybe this is exactly what Deshaun Watson needs, a get-right opponent where you can actually look competent and you have your full complement of weapons and everybody around you is relatively healthy. But when I saw that news, and then the Kyler Murray news on top of it, I'm like, oh, well, the survive and advance game got a little bit more interesting.
We are not going to lose to Kyler Murray. I'm sorry.
Well, losing to Kyler Murray, I don't think there's any shame in that. Losing to Clayton Tune would be an issue.
That would be shameful.
If Deshaun Watson goes out and gets outplayed by Clayton Tune on Sunday.
Clayton Tune was so good that, remember, they had to trade for Dobbs in the first place. And that makes sense now. Like, well, why would you bench Dobbs? Because they were getting ready to trade him in Minnesota, so they just got ahead of it. I'm not worried, Danger. And neither should you. And again, you can listen to our advice. You can take it. You can go your own way. But I'm fairly confident we will be making another pick coming up.
It is happy hour, and I am absolutely stoked because this weekend is magnificent. You've got action tonight. Not only the Amherst at home against Utica. You've got the Sabres tonight in the Goatheads hosting the Flyers, a home and home.
Why do I feel like you have your tongue in your cheek here?
With what?
Well, just go on.
Saturday, magnificent. College football, Alabama, LSU. I'm interested. I'm paying attention. Sunday is dessert. Sunday is just picture it because every window starting Sunday morning has a great game. Every window.
Fair.
You've got the Dolphins and the Chiefs. Do we know if the Ravens Seahawks is going to be on in our neck of the woods? I know that the Giants and Raiders will probably show up on one of the networks. But man, if we do get a chance, if you have the ticket and you're watching Ravens Seahawks, that has my attention. And then, of course, in the late afternoon window, you've got the NFC East battle between the Eagles and the Cowboys all before we get to Sunday night. I mean, Sunday is a marathon, and I can't wait. I'm ready for all of it. What are they giving us? Do you know?
All right. Fox has Washington, New England, 1 o'clock.
Gross.
But going up on CBS, you have Seattle, Baltimore.
Oh, good. That's the one I want.
Yeah, and then, of course, the 4:25 game, Dallas, Philadelphia.
Are the Giants playing in the 4:25 window?
Yeah, they would be playing 4:25 too. They're in Vegas.
Oh, they're in Vegas. Right. Yeah. Right. So, okay. Good. That's perfect. Now, even if you don't have the Sunday ticket, you've got great games in every window. NFL Network, you're watching the game in Germany. We're pulling for the Chiefs on that one.
Yeah.
The 1 o'clock window, we want the Seahawks to beat the Ravens. That would certainly help.
That would help. Yeah.
That would certainly help. I don't really care who wins between the Eagles and the Cowboys. I just want to see these two teams mash each other.
Did you see Jerry Jones's quote on 105.3 The Fan?
No.
He was at... Yes, you did. You're going to make me say it.
I didn't see it. I don't know. What did he say that was
horribly
offensive and crass?
It was crass.
Because if you don't want to say it, I know it's crass.
he was asked, what is it like to win a championship? Jerry was there when they won 3 championships. He says it's like a glory hole.
Ooh. No, actually, no. That's Jerry. No. That is incorrect, my friend.
You knew he said that. You just wanted me to say that.
I did not. But thank you for sharing, Gene. I don't know that anybody needed to know that he said that, but, You're
just kind of, Jerry might not be all there. I don't know.
And then, of course, Sunday night, you'll be able to hear the action if you're out and about. The Bills traveling to Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. Our pregame coverage here on the Fan Rochester starts at 4 o'clock. I'm ready. Let's get to a round of shots.
I thought you were going to say, this is where I thought you were going to go with this magnificent weekend of sports. And you've got playoff action.
Oh.
The NBA in-season tournament.
Well,
yeah.
I feel like we should, as a sports talk show, we should probably, because I know there are a lot of people listening. Some might care about the NBA. Some might be very passionate about the NBA. And then there might be, you and I think are casual NBA guys. Like I'll watch an NBA game. If I've got money on an NBA game, I'm paying attention.
Playoffs for me. And then, Christmas Day so I can zone out. Yeah, that'd be it.
It's fun. Not to take anything away from them, but there are things that the NBA does that I think universally a lot of us are like, load management, get out of here with that. There's issues. But this is the first ever NBA in-season tournament. They're playing for the NBA Cup. It has a name. The trophy has a name. The NBA Cup.
What, do you get an automatic bid into the NBA playoffs?
No. Each player on the winning team wins $500,000. So there's a little incentive built in for the winning team. Each player gets $500,000. Now, if you're a veteran guy, if you're LeBron, if you're Steph, who cares? But if you're a young up-and-coming player, $500,000, pretty good bank. That's not nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, and maybe if you're one of those veteran guys, you're trying to ball out a little bit more to help the younger guys on your team. Yeah.
The only part about this that I don't know, and I'll explain how it all works. The only part of it that I don't know is, did they modify the schedule in any way to accommodate this, or are these games that were going to happen anyway, and they just moved it to a window where they could say, all right, we're going to take these games that normally wouldn't mean as much, move it into this in-season tournament, and call it a day that way. Right?
I would think, but then once we get to the knockout round, how do you schedule that? Maybe there are more. See, Danger, like you and I, bad sports talk shows.
Well, let me try and explain what I know. That all 30 teams have been randomly drawn into groups of 5 within their conference, and it's all based on win-loss records from last season. Each team in that group plays 4 games on tournament nights. Tonight is the first tournament night. And then the 8 teams with the best record in group play games then advance to the knockout rounds along with 2 wild card teams. I'm not sure how they designate the wild card teams, but I would imagine they're the ones with the second best records. The knockout rounds are single elimination once you get into the quarters, the semis, and the championship. And as I said, along with the NBA Cup, each player on the winning team wins $500,000.
Okay, so this will be going every Tuesday night. Not next Tuesday night because it's election night, but every other Tuesday night.
Okay, so tonight is the first, and then it's every Tuesday after?
Yeah, and then, so there's 4 Tuesdays, and then when we get to December, that's when we get to the knockout round.
Okay. So that starts tonight in the NBA. Just so you know. You've been seeing all of the promos for it and everything. If you didn't know how it worked like me, I was like, okay, great. So what does it mean and how does it work? That's how it works. And I'll give them credit. They're trying something new. They're trying something different. I don't know that it's going to work. I don't know that the players care, that anybody, if you're a casual basketball fan like me, is it going to make you want to watch? Probably not. If you're a hardcore basketball fan, does this make it more exciting? Maybe. That gets underway tonight. And I was teasing you earlier. I was being facetious earlier when I said, are you ready for some not postseason action, tournament action? We got tournament action tonight.
See, that's
playoff action.
See, that's
not really.
I know you. I could just tell by your body language.
It's not really a playoff yet. I mean, it's group play. It will be a playoff eventually when you get the knockouts.
It's a Francesa.
Oh, really?
Oh, who cares?
Okay. Well, I've got some skin in the game tonight, so I'll be paying attention to that as well.
Okay, there you go.
A round of shots next, Gino.
Yeah, so we will set you up for this. Boy, it is a great day at college football tomorrow. We'll try to pattern your viewing pleasure. Tomorrow we do have Syracuse playing tonight. We also have some Section 5 football to get to here. And then the award for the most tone-deaf social media department in pro sports goes to which NFL team? Will have that answer.
The Good Smoke Barbecue and Pub Wingman line is open for you if you want to pull up a stool at 585-866-4FAN, 866-4326. A round of shots next with Danger and Battaglia here on the Fan Rochester. Surprise your loved ones with a gift.
update.
Friday injury report has A.J. Klein and Balin Spector out. Everyone else for the Buffalo Bills is good to go. Although, we don't know about Rasul Douglas. He may be in the lineup Sunday.
I came here to play and make plays for this organization, so that's really my focus, is doing whatever the team need me to do, whether it's this week, next week, whatever week it may be, and just play my heart out.
Our pregame coverage Sunday will begin at 4 o'clock. Chris Brown, Eric Wood, Sal Capaccio with your call. 8:20, the kickoff Sunday night here on the Fan Rochester. Tonight's hockey night in the Flower City. Utica is the opponent. Don Stevens will be by at 7 o'clock with the call. Sabres looking to go above 500 tonight with a win. Philadelphia again the opponent. Sabres hockey tonight can be heard on 96.5 WCMF. RIT hockey playing the first of two tonight down at Army. Gene Battaglia in the sports leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950, The Fan Rochester.
Bone-crunching hits, backboard-shattering dunks, bat flips, and hat tricks. 95.7 FM and AM 950, The Fan, Rochester.
63 years is a long time to wait, but the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. It's my distinct pleasure to present the Commissioner's Trophy to Ray Davis, Neil Liebman, and Chris Young.
The puberty trophy.
Yeah, would you just sit that one out? Like if you're under the weather rather than
I'm gonna believe in my head that he wasn't under the weather. That was the crowd booing him, affecting him to the point where he couldn't speak properly. Put some bass in your voice, man.
Oh gosh. Should not come as a surprise. By the way, the parade in the Metroplex today, good for the fans of the Texas Rangers.
Win his parade.
Yeah, win his parade.
No.
I
have to go home.
Jacob deGrom, win his parade. No. The World Series pulled a record low number of viewers. The 5-game series averaged just over 9 million viewers. Making it the least watched series in history, as Bart Winkler pointed out. There were other events this year, including the Final Four and the Women's Final Four that drew more. Game 5 did a little better, though, on the average, at 11.4 million. The previous record low for the World Series had an array of challenges, that being the 2020 series between the Dodgers and Rays.
An array.
2020. An array of challenges.
Wait, this is what Rob Manfred's supposed to sound like. This is what he sounded like in 2020.
2020 is going to be remembered.
They're booing me.
Thank you. 2020 is going to be remembered as a baseball season like no other. Our clubs, and especially our players, were presented with an array of unique challenges.
That's what you expect him to sound like. This is what he sounded like earlier this week.
63 years is a long time to wait, but the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. It's my distinct pleasure to present the Commissioner's Trophy to Ray Davis, Neil Liebman, and Chris Young.
At least the constant with the booing. That we'll take that.
Yeah, Purdue football has not been good, Danger. They're 2-6 overall. They're Purdue, whatever. But and they did lose to Syracuse, by the way. But how funny would it be? Can I just wish for this? If they gave Michigan a game tomorrow, the Boilermakers are 32.5-point underdogs heading into the big game. Purdue head coach Ryan Walters says they have evidence. Michigan was at their school taping them.
Oh, boy.
Walters says the team changed all their signals in advance of the game, so they may do something they haven't done all year at Purdue. That is actually huddle. Game, we can check it out tomorrow night, 7:30 on NBC. Your college football weekend actually starts at Syracuse tonight at home against Boston College, 7:30 on ESPN2 if you want to check that out. Games at noon tomorrow include Clemson hosting number 15 Notre Dame on ABC. Fox has it at that time for number 7 Texas against number 23 K-State. Oh, and number 1 Ohio State, they play at Rutgers on CBS at noon. That game has the Buckeyes only at minus 18.5, Danger. What am I missing there? Anyways, in the late afternoon window, game to watch, number 2 Georgia at home against number 12 Missouri, 3:30 on CBS. And then you have some really interesting matchups in prime time. 7:45 on CBS for number 8 Alabama against number 14 LSU, really a de facto playoff game. ABC at 7:30, number 5 Washington. Are they for real? Well, they got to win this one. They head to LA to face number 20 USC.
This weekend, we have an array of college football games on Saturday.
For unique betting challenges.
I like what PJ said earlier this week. I'm tailing PJ on all of his picks for college football. So that just to recap, he said he liked the over between LSU and Alabama. He liked Iowa State against the spread against Kansas. He likes Cal getting, right now, I got him at 24.5 on FanDuel at Oregon. And Georgia to cover against Missouri. I got them at -15. I wish that was a little bit lower, but I'll take it.
The Sports Bar wishes all Section 5 players and their families good luck this weekend. It is going to be mobbed over on Elmwood Ave tonight. McQuaid hosting Aquinas in a AA semi. The other Class AA matchup has Hilton heading to the downtown soccer stadium to face UPrep. Class A tonight, Brighton is at Victor, while we get a rematch of one of the best games you and I saw this year, Danger. Number 3 Canandaigua playing at number 2 East.
At East, though.
6 p.m. kickoff, right?
Oof. Yeah. This is good. This is a great weekend for Section 5. Great night for Section 5 tonight.
Do you think the Canandaigua team embraces the new name they announced? They're no longer the team. They're now formerly known as Braves. They are the Grey Wolves.
Yeah, I saw the logo. The Grey Wolf looks a little too cherry for my liking. If you're the Grey Wolves, be gray and make the eyes cherry and leave it at that. But the wolf itself, a lot of cherry in that wolf.
Yeah.
It looks more like the cherry wolf than the Grey Wolf.
Yeah. It's early, but a .926 save percentage suggests your number 1 goalie, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, has a 3-1 record. He's still only 24. I figured Don Granato will ride the hot hand tonight. The Sabres hosting Philadelphia. The only game for the Sabres this weekend. Buffalo heading to Toronto on Tuesday. Tonight's Sabre game can be heard on 96.5 WCMI.
And we'll have Amerks hockey for you here on the Fan starting at 7 with Utica in town. They're taking on the Amerks at Blue Cross Arena.
Finally, today's most tone-deaf social media department award goes to... the Las Vegas Raiders,
They need to stop doing this.
Wished quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo a happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. You're benched.
On the same day he was benched.
Stupid.
Join us in wishing Jimmy Garoppolo a happy birthday. Yeah, right as after he threw for 77 net yards passing on Monday night. As always, the comment section is where you go for the gold. Many self-loathing Raider fans did, a few putting a bow on a bench as a mock present.
Just terrible. The same thing goes for the teams that, the Packers. We wish Rasul Douglas, thank you, Rasul. Thank you. You just traded him. What is that tweet for? What are you doing? Social media, there's a lot of really bright people and creative people working in social media for some of these organizations. And there's just some people that are just dumb. Just dumb. And I feel bad when it's a bad night and you have to say it's just not our night. And that's the tweet. It's not our night. And you get boat raced. But let's be a little bit more self-aware. You benched him the day before his birthday.
You had
the scheduled tweet. Let's just say what it was. You're the social media manager. You know all the birthdays of all the star players on your team. You schedule all that stuff out in advance, and you didn't go back and change it knowing he was benched. You did your job.
Did you? You shouldn't schedule things that you know are going to be roasted.
But you don't know at the time that you schedule it. You have no idea. You're in the social media department. You're not part of personnel decisions. You don't know that they're going to bench Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, the night after he did that. Also, I want to thank Aaron and everybody else pointing this out. Fantastic article up at The Athletic. Now, if you are younger and you wonder why and how did we start the whole Chuck Muncie bit, it was this. When I was in college, I did the local college radio show, and my friends would crank call me. And they would crank call me just somehow, some way, me not realizing they would segue over to Chuck Muncie. And then I knew I was had. It was like the Baba Booey before there was a Baba Booey.
Aha.
Chuck Muncie was this player for the San Diego Chargers who had unbelievable skill. Cal, Saints, Chargers would...
Recognizable because he wore those dorky horn-rimmed glasses and they were always taped in the middle. Looked like a nerd.
Yeah, and he freebased cocaine into halftime. This is like part of the story from The Athletic, just recounting the 1981 San Diego Chargers and Chuck Muncie being the focal point. If you think 1980s drug-addicted athletes, well, then that's the story for you. So I appreciate everybody kind of passing it
Well,
along.
when Muncie's in the news, we need to be the ones to break it. And they did a piece on him, so now we're caught up. Things we already knew, right? Like, oh, you mean to tell me this is earth-shattering? We knew Chuck Muncie was freebasing cocaine.
Andy writing to me, I have a take. Note my use of cool radio lingo. I think they should have let him continue to freebase during halftime. It was obviously working. Everything went downhill when they forbade it. He was a big, strong runner.
Yes. Who is that texted you?
My buddy Andy.
And is Andy really Joe from Schenectady?
He might
I just wanted to say one other thing. Look, that they need a big, strong, powerful runner. Somebody like a Chuck Muncie. I think.
There it is. There it is.
Darn it.
Gino got trolled. Yeah, Joe. I love it. Joe is not Joe. Joe is Andy.
Joe is Andy. Yes, and that was after the Miami loss, and we're taking calls. And tip number one, why would somebody be calling in from Schenectady? Okay, but we went with it, and then he's making valid points. First of all, he butters us up. Love the show.
Mm-hmm.
Love you guys. Love the show. And it can't be all Josh Allen. You need a running back. Okay. Yep. Nod, like Chuck Muncie.
We had a little creativity as well in the following days.
And then another one. I'm kind of like in between Cincinnati and Indy. What about the Bengals too? Coming off that Super Bowl, they're just way overhyped. I'm so glad you guys are on.
What part of Indiana are you in, Charles?
Well, my friends call me Chuck. I'm from Muncie.
You were on to him before me.
Thank you for sharing the Chuck Muncie news of the day.
Well, that's in The Athletic, so we'll read more about Chuck Muncie and his cocaine habits.
Last call next, 866-432-6585, 866-4FAN, the Good Smoke Barbecue and Pub Wingman line if you want to pull up a stool before we close up shop. Next, score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Mike Danger for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of 95.7 The Fan. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is super easy to use, and there's a wide range of betting options, everything from spreads to player props, over-unders, and more. So join me on FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com/Mike, M-I-K-E, FanDuel.com/Mike, and kick off the NFL season with me on FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Odyssey has sports for every fan. Keep up with your favorite teams.
FM and AM 950, The Fan, Rochester.
These are great moments. It's funny, but I like these moments as a coach. I think these are galvanizing moments. We've had some. These are moments that your back's against the wall, your lineup's not what it was. We've got defensemen playing forward tonight. It's kind of all hands on deck. And these are moments that can really bring a team together. You have to win the hard way. You have to kind of win a plucky, gutty type of win. But we have the men in that room to do so.
Here's Amherst head coach Seth Appert tonight. Utica, the opponent of Blue Cross Arena. You heard him say, you got defensemen playing forward tonight. A lot of injuries for this Amherst team, man. Beaten and bruised on Wednesday night, falling to Syracuse, and now a tough Utica opponent coming in. We'll have the game for you here. With the game starting at 7 o'clock.
Dustin Tokarski getting the start tonight.
Very good. Sabres hockey tonight on CMF as they're hosting the Flyers at KeyBank. So you have hockey on The Fan. You have hockey on our sister station 96.5 WCMF. Gino's got St. John Fisher tomorrow. Where
on
are they?
The black turf at Morrisville.
Thankfully, the black turf.
The black turf. I will take some pictures of what that actually looks like. Can you follow football when it's on
black turf when you're not televised? Like you do the colored turf for how it looks on TV, right?
Maybe you're in Morrisville and you've got to come up with different ways to differentiate. I don't know.
I'm curious about that. Black turf.
Black turf.
Okay. So that's Saturday.
So you can imagine that on the radio tomorrow when we have it for you. 11:30 pregame.
Well, you wouldn't have to imagine it because you do such a good job of painting a picture in the mind's eye as the best play-by-play guy in all of Rochester. Maybe behind Don Stevens.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's only how many of us? So thank you, though, Dan.
So that's Saturday. And then, of course, Sunday, man, a full slate of action in the NFL. And our pregame coverage for Bills-Bengals gets underway starting at 4 o'clock, kickoff just after 8 o'clock here on The Fan Rochester. Back on Monday afternoon starting at 3 o'clock with, of course, reaction to that Sunday night game. Hope you enjoy your weekend. Appreciate you listening in the free-to-download Odyssey app. It's a sports bar with Danger and Battaglia on The Fan.
Odyssey has sports for every fan. Keep up with your favorite teams from across the country and get the insight.